Good morning and happy Monday, Realty, Texas. All right, we are coming in from a very busy weekend. I know we had a lot of homework assignments for getting out and doing your Fort script, doing open houses. Let's talk about weekend successes. Who had some weekend success? Who wants to break the ice this morning? Jeanette wants to break the ice. Good morning, Jeanette. Happy Monday.
Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday.
Well, thank
I'm
you.
ready to tackle the week. Um, the weekend was very busy for us. I say for us because Emred and I had a wonderful grand open. He got credit for it because he signed up for it, and but I'm a-okay with it. I still went and I sat there. I kind of just overlooked. The first client walked in and said, "Is the listing agent here?" Luckily, I was, and he said, "Oh yeah." And he's like, "I would need to list my house a couple doors down, and I need you to go and give me information." And I said, "Okay." I said, "I'll call you on Monday. We have open houses that we're gonna be here." He didn't wait till Monday. I got home and like around 7:30, my phone rings. I answer it, and it was him. And he was like, "I just passed through your sign, and I just had to call you again because." Uh, I really need your assistance. Call me on Tuesday so I can get together with my wife and her schedule. I was like, okay. So I put it down. I'll call him tomorrow, make that appointment. Um, on Sunday, I did have my open house on my listing in Georgetown. We adjusted the price. I had good connection with the lady that walked in there 15 minutes early. Luckily, I was there already trying to set up. She's from El Paso. We bonded. She said, "All my family is moving here. They would love you." And we did that connection. She's very interested in the house too. So that's even better. I went under contract with my house that I listed in Leander, which is really good. And I did a video and I jumped into the pool in the video, of course, with permission from my client, just to do a call of action to take the plunge. I've never done anything like that before, so it was pretty neat seeing me fall in the water. And I posted it no matter how it came out. Each day I did do my calls. I did a whole hour and a half of yoga on Saturday to get me mentally prepared. I did my calls before I went to the open house. I got this client that's looking for a house 260, 280, but in Lockhart, which is very doable, which I was excited about that. So on Sunday evening at 4:30 yesterday, after I jumped in the pool and everything, I took my clients to Pflugerville that I've been working almost a year to get them a house, and we finally found the one, and I sent them the seller disclosure, and we will discuss over it and help them submit an offer later on during my lunch break. It was busy.
That is a busy weekend. That is a lot of really amazing income producing tasks. You're sounding like a real estate agent, Jeanette. Just having one of those crazy busy weekends with like a bouncing ball bouncing in every direction. Good job. Thank you for doing yoga. Thank you for doing your open houses. Thank you to with talking with the neighbors and getting another listing for every open house. Every open house we do, we should be getting one listing and two buyers from it if we've marketed it properly. That happens from getting the right photos and having the right signage and having the right conversations and knocking on the doors of the neighbor's house and inviting them to come, all the things, and you're doing all the things, and it works. Congratulations for all those successes. Lisa has her hand up, so we're gonna move to her, and then I want to hear from more of you about your successes from this weekend. Lisa.
Well, mine's very quick because I need you to co-host me. However, I do want to say that we had an excellent class for our open house training in Georgetown. There were 8 students there, and it was really good. We had role play, and I think they learned a lot. And I got some Cheryl Smith this morning, who's been doing this a long time, sent an email Thank you, Cheryl, saying that she learned a lot of things. That's what I love when agents have been doing this a long time and they learn something new because we always have to keep learning, right, Jack?
Yes. I mean, mega continually change because the world around us is changing, whether it's the contracts that are changing, our forms, our practices, agency law, regulatory statutes, NAR policy, MLS. I mean, just it's crazy, right? Everything around us is continually in flux, and we have to rise to the occasion. What's great about our coming soon and our open house marketing is that the world has completely changed and done a 360 about 3 times since we've been doing this grand open house. And every time it's changed, it's worked even better. So I'm really excited about our listing class. Amrit, I see your hand up.
Morning, Jack. Yeah,
Morning.
super busy weekend, successful weekend, multiple leads from the open house. Hershey had passed out flyers, and we're inclined to think that, the listing person that walked in was because of those flyers, because she door knocked about 30, 40 houses in the morning, put up all the signs. I had my permits and stuff. And then I proceeded to go and have a builder office day because they needed help at Meritage in Pflugerville. And I picked up 3 leads from there and went on training with Lisa in the morning. Thank you, Lisa. That was a fantastic training in the morning. There was like a lot of people, out there. And then we proceeded to go back to the builder office for the rest of the day till about 7 in the evening. And there was about 3 more leads that I picked up and ready, willing, and able buyers who want to be in that subdivision or close by. Cherry on the cake, I ended my night with a 8:45 p.m. call, my first one that was this intense from social media. Somebody picked up the phone. They were like, "I've been following your content for months now, and I feel like you are the right person to lead me through my real estate transaction." And they are, it's a go. It's a green light. So that was my weekend.
How does it feel, Amrit?
Fantastic, Jack. Unbelievable. And the reason that conversation was so powerful last night is because I used the Ford script right out of the gate. And by the time the call ended, we weren't talking business. We were literally talking about family. And it went on for the last 15, 20 minutes of that call was just about getting to know this person, telling, literally divulging stuff like, talking about her kids and her spouse and stuff. It was pretty incredible.
That is incredible. I feel like when we magnetize our our mindset in the right direction, it just starts pulling so much success um, from all different directions. It's just such these small tweaks that you make in your business that has such a profound effect of going from the 95% to the 5% is just mindset shifts, positivity, getting out there where the people are, understanding that you're a salesperson, and then going and talking with people. It all works. All of this works, and my goal for each of you is that you have your pipelines filled, that you have closings in July, closings in August, and closings in September from the efforts that you are putting in Mega. One of the things I try to get across to the company is so many people say, Jack, I don't have time for Mega. I really need income. And it's just like, come on. This is what I'm trying to get across is this is what Mega is for, is to increase your income, forcing you to do the tasks that generate income and stay away from the tasks that are heavy on administrative tasks. Good job, Amrit. Good job, Jeanette. Dulce, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I had a successful weekend. On Friday, I went to go tour some homes on somebody that I have been working on for over a month, probably like 2 months ago. We started touring. They couldn't get qualified. We worked on it, and we finally got the green light. We went to go see houses, and we went under contract same day. And then Saturday, also had I had an appointment on Saturday morning, and they were kind of iffy. They were in between like, oh, should I buy right now? Oh, should I not buy right now? And we found the perfect home. We went to go tour. We found the corner lot. Got a really good reduction. Got a really good interest rate on it, and they were like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. This is my dream home, and we went under contract. So
I want to hear these words right out of your mouth. They'll say, when is a bad time to buy a house?
it's never a bad time to buy.
It is never a bad time to buy a house. And so, as long as we really truly believe that, because it is true over the long haul, real estate always goes in one direction up. Those people in 2007, my client he put in an offer for like 84 and it was listed at 89 and they wouldn't accept the offer, said no. And less than 18 months later, it sold for $400,000. And I sent him that email and said, I bet you wish you had said yes, because what a profound now of course we don't expect all markets to do what it did then, but it's never a bad time to buy. Good job, Dulce.
Thank
Way to
you.
go pound the pavement and make dollars. I love it.
Austin is the most growing city. Austin has always grown and it's going to keep growing. And it's just going to keep expanding and it's going to keep getting more expensive. It's not going to get any more cheaper.
It's just Texas. Texas is a magnet for people. And those areas of Texas that's cheap is where these huge plants are moving because they want to, have the ability to move their people there with more affordable housing, like what Tesla did in Bastrop. I mean, what Tesla did in Bastrop is very clear. What just happened in Taylor with Samsung. And, it's all over. It's happening all over the state of Texas, data centers, all kinds of stuff. Innovation, progress, people moving here. It is a good time to be in real estate, even though for some people it doesn't feel like it. What I really find interesting is that there's a lot of agents leaving the business right now. And so, as those agents are leaving the business, it just brings even more and more opportunity for every single one of you because they're focusing on all the wrong things and we're focusing on the right things. So, go Realty Texas. Sharon,
Good morning. I tried to share on Morning Huddle, but I don't know how much everybody heard. So hopefully this is a better connection. I had two open houses this weekend. I co-hosted with Mohammed on Saturday. We had a couple come by that were already being represented, but they wanted to see the house, see everything. And then so Sunday I did it solo and I went in at 10 and I stayed till 3 and I brought my preferred lender. And so we spent the time enjoying conversation and we didn't have anybody come in until till like 2:30, 2-ish. And it was another couple and they were already represented. They already knew what they wanted to do and they were there to look at the house real quick. So yeah, it was positive. It should sell quickly.
good job. So this was our first weekend in Mega. This was the first weekend that we went and attacked our business with a completely different mindset. Does anybody want to share how your mindset has changed since you've been in Mega? I'm going to start calling on a few of you. Anna, Veronica, Raul.
I'll go. I was actually looking for my hand raise anyways.
Good.
I said this a little bit last week, but I just feel like one, I've learned so much. So again, I'm a brand new agent. I just started a couple months ago, and I feel like I've learned more in this week than I've learned all year. And I really didn't believe in the power of talking to the people that you already knew, which is silly because I've done sales for a long time, but I was like, that's embarrassing. Like, I don't need to tell people, like, my friends and family already know that I'm doing this. Um, but I just feel like my mindset has changed 100%. Even this weekend, I was out at a friend's birthday and everyone was asking me, like, oh, how's real estate going? And I was talking to them all, like, oh my gosh, yes, do you know anyone, like, asking for the business? I think in the past, I was just thinking, well, like, they know I'm doing it, so they'll tell me if they know anyone. So yeah, I'm just excited for the future and just feel really happy that I joined this brokerage. I think it was the right choice for me.
Thank you, Anna. I can tell you there are so many agents who say, gosh, I wish I had taken this or had access to this information when I got my license. Because you're able to start on day one with the right mindset. and make sure that number one, no client falls through the cracks, and number two, that you're squeezing all the success out of your business that you possibly can, which is a really good place to start your business. So that is really cool.
Yeah.
Raul, good morning.
Good morning. I would say that my mindset has definitely altered a lot. I've just been trying to think of the next step and the next step and the next step and just keep calling and asking for referrals. And I think it's definitely these scripts, and I'm very appreciative of the fact that you take your time to teach the newer agents like myself because hearing y'all's stories about y'all just getting thrown into real estate, I couldn't imagine. I'm very thankful that we're getting taught and shown the ropes before we're thrown into the business.
Yeah, I think a lot of us just had to kind of figure it out. And although we've we've done a good job figuring it out, there was a much better way. So I agree. Amrit, you had your hand up again?
Yeah,
Or was it
Jack.
before?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I was just gonna say that, I feel like, and I was telling this to somebody yesterday after the open house meeting, that I really truly feel like my real estate career, it was initiated when I joined Realty Texas, but it's really started after I joined Mega because there are so many mindset shifts that happen. For example, before one call, two call, this person doesn't want to talk to me, on to the next, rinse, repeat. And only now do we know that it's only at the sixth, seventh, eighth, maybe ninth, even the 10th call that this person is going to engage and transact with us. They're going to transact whether it's with you or somebody else. It's the only difference is if you're consistently gonna keep picking up the phone and reaching out to this person and be on their timing. This is not about you, it's about them. So massive, massive change.
I love it. Whew, powerful, giving me goosebumps. Sherry and then Renee.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I'm a seasoned agent and I got my Texas real estate license 8 years ago. Prior to that, I'd been out of state. And for the last 8 years, I've been building my business off a couple past clients in the car business and 90% of it off of cold calling. And such a mind shift to now look at it as my database is my phone with the 2,500 contacts. So that was like, my gosh, what a relief. I don't mind the cold calling, but it's like you've said, it's a lot of work and a lot of calls, a lot of research. So that was a huge, huge change. And I hadn't worked with the CRM, CXM for the last 8 years. And so shifting my brain over and my business to utilizing that tool because I've worked both with it and without it. And I'm telling there's no way to compare what your business can do. So to have this tool that y'all provide for us is worth millions. The tool I'd used before was called Goldmine, and
I
what
know Goldmine well.
okay. And so this if agents could think of their CRM, CXM as a gold mine, that's exactly what it is. And then the other thing that really resonated with me is the gratefulness, thankfulness, and outreach. And it's not that I am not grateful, thankful, and outreach, but having a physical reminder was a really good connection for me. So thank you all very much because I know you and Lisa work countless hours on this and it's very appreciated. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Sherry. I just have to geek out for a moment. When I was in Southern California many decades ago, I was a gold mine reseller, and so I installed gold mine on that and many other CRMs, Microsoft Great Plains, and several others. But anyway, yes, um, My relationship with CRMs goes back 20 years when I was in the tech world installing it for other companies and building custom CRMs. And so I kind of took that into real estate. And when Lisa and I built Realty Texas, we were in a very unique position, both tech wise and agent wise, to build something for real estate specifically. But yeah, I haven't heard gold mine in a hot minute, so made me smile. Renee.
So my mindset is shifting. I too am a seasoned agent and probably a bit set in my ways, and I'm trying to break out of being set in my ways on top of the fact that I am introverted. So I'm trying to break out of the shell that I have put myself in for the last 2.5 years, basically. So I have one non-negotiable still, and that's door knocking because I've had guns pulled on me in the past. I will not knock doors, but about anything else, I have a completely open mind at this point. And I do, like a lot of people have said, wish this training would have come along much earlier in my real estate career than it has. Maybe I would be in a different trajectory, but I also am taking the mindset that it's not too late to right the ship.
Amazing, Renee. Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Veronica, and then Jeanette, and then we move on.
I was just going to comment since my name got called. Um, I think my mind has shifted to I've got to I've got to commit, right? So I make excuses um, that my law practice pays my bills right now, and I really need to focus on that. And anytime that I feel like not calls that I make to clients, but if I not calls that I make to prospective clients, but like the follow up sometimes is difficult for me, right? And so I think what I've realized is that I need to really figure out how to use technology to my advantage to stay connected. So even though a person is not ready at this time, that doesn't mean that I should just be like, okay, they're not ready and kind of toss them to the wayside, but figure out how to use technology to stay connected to them. I know that we get the reminders in on the phone, the phone app, right? And I at times get overwhelmed with them because I'm like, I can't call that person right now. But really I can if I just sit down and really map out what it takes. I mean, I've had to do that on my firm side, and so I need to figure out how to make it work on the real estate side, and not make excuses as to why I can't do it. That's what I figured out about me.
And Veronica, that's most agents having goal integrity, planning their week, start on Sunday or whatever is the first day of the week for them, and planning their week and where their power hour is going to land so that they can make sure that they make their phone calls. That is, you're not unique in that. That's something what a lot of salespeople struggle with. And so you know that you're not alone with that. Jeanette and Leor.
Good morning again. So, one thing that I've got, let's not be transitional agents. Let's do that connection. One of the biggest things that the person that went into the open house said, "Oh, I bought my house not even 4 years ago with," which he said, I truly believe that it's a Realty Texas agent, which it was not true. It was a Realty Austin agent because I looked it up. The point is that let's not be transitional. Let's be, let's do the four script and let's get into them. Let's make our calls and stay up with our um, every client that we have, because if it was 4 years that that guy was just doing a transition and now this guy wants to sell, and why wouldn't he go back to his agent? He came to someone totally different. So that's what I got like the whole week that, and I did mega in January, and I'm doing it all over because it's just knowledge. It's something that I treasure, and I'll always be grateful for.
Thank you, Jeanette. I really believe that agents operate their career from one of two mindsets, a transactional mindset or a relational one. And the transactional burns out agents and they leave the business. The relational ones are the ones who have the most fun because they're building their relationships and they're focusing on their village, their spheres, getting more and more business from it, and it's an easier go of it. So yes, thank you. Good morning, Leor. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great, Jack. Well, I just wanted to say that I don't know that my mindset has completely changed, but it's definitely starting to change hearing all the testimonials that I'm hearing today. So when I joined last fall, I also joined the coaching program that I paid a lot of money for that put in my head that I have to work with sellers, not work with buyers at all. And I had a lot of success as far as getting appointments and going on appointment. Um, that didn't materialize. First of all, because I'm not a great real estate agent yet, which I'm hoping to learn with Mega. Um, but I spent a lot of money and time on sitting in my office here in the ranch and just pounding the phones instead of going to see people, being out there, putting myself out there. It's a little bit hard because we're far away. It's everything is a drive, but the state is trying is starting to really change to I got to get out. I got to get in the truck and drive somewhere. I got to talk to people. I got to get in front of them, not just on the phone, not only people that I don't know, people that I do know, past clients, people that I used to manage a winery in Fredericksburg for 5 years. I have a lot of people that know me and love me. I've managed a wine club. Get back out there, basically. And I think Mega is starting to change my mindset on that for sure.
Man, if you were to pair your love of and knowledge of wine with real estate and did those type of events and paired those together, um, I mean, real estate and wine and cheese, all kind of the same thing. It all pairs together beautifully.
Yeah, I don't really drink anymore, but
Me either.
I know wine though.
100%. Yeah. Okay. Good job, Leor. Thank you. Renee, did you have your hand up? I see it up. I just wanted to make sure. All right.
It was still up, it never lowered. Sorry about that.
Yeah, yeah. So, and now we have AI inside of our Zoom. So if you raise your physical hand, it'll raise your virtual one too. So, all the fun, all the fun. All right, welcome to week 2 of Mega. I am gonna tell you something. It's gonna be a blink of an eye, and Mega's gonna be over, and you're gonna think, where in the world did all of this time go? I'm excited about week 2. Week 2 is my favorite week of Mega, especially Wednesday. Wednesday's class is a sure class not to miss. You will really enjoy Wednesday's class, especially if you enjoy doing reels and doing social media. It is the importance of doing it, how to do it right, hearing from some of the greatest in the world at doing social media, and how social media is going away from heavily edited videos to more fly on the wall, sharing information raw, less edited. The algorithms are trying to determine just how edited they are, and we're going to hear about that tomorrow. Today is about the accumulation of the entire week we had last week, where we are going to put an end cap on the whole journey from our mindset of how much opportunity there is to who should we be making our calls, how often should we be making our calls, what are the pipelines in our CRM, how should we be approaching people online versus our scripts online versus our scripts in person, our scripts at the open houses, and getting out in the real world where the people are and calling your spheres to truly building a referral-based business, because the goal of each of you should be, how do I build the strongest referral-based business I can? And where are those referrals going to come from? Generally, the best referrals are past client to agent, and then sphere to agent, and then industry to agent inside the industry, and then it's leads to agent. So the first and second best lead sources of all time are people that you already know. And we're going to talk today a lot about what it is to have a referral-based business. We've already kind of done our review a little bit, but we're just going to go through a few slides here. When you graduate Mega, I would really like to see all of you plug in. Isolette, Kim Dale, a lot of our agents who are on the top 40 regularly. And if you look at our top 40 regularly, it is people who are plugged in. Going to the book club, which in my mind is absolutely hypercritical for a real estate agent to read every single one of those business books. Some of those books are really life altering, but showing up in the morning huddle and in the afternoon blast lab and in the book club and attending our weekly sales meeting. The two most important things in my mind for you to show up to is the morning huddle and the sales meeting. So here is a one sheet of all the things that we're doing to help keep you on track, to make you part of a community, for you to be sharing information with each other, and kind of being in the trenches, and knowing exactly what's going on right now. Like I mentioned a few times, I have a client, Vance Ginn, who is a economist with the U.S. government, with the Operation Military Budget, the Pentagon and the White House. And they live in the past. All of their predictions are from the recent past. They're looking at the jobs numbers, and they're looking in the rearview mirror to try to find out what the economy is right now. When I can tell you what the economy is right now. I can feel it in my open houses. I can feel it in the response to my coming soon campaigns. I can feel it in the calls. I can feel it in the temperament of consumers. And sometimes it comes in waves. For 2 or 3 weeks, consumer confidence is way down because something is going on. And then it comes out the other side. People are feeling a little bit optimistic. They were on the fence for a couple weeks and they jump off the fence. And we can kind of feel this up and down. And so pay attention to what's going on out there. And as you're starting to feel people feeling more pensive, share the good news, because that's exactly what people need, is a leader who can explain to them why it doesn't make sense for them to wait. We're going to have a lot of group breakout sessions. Thank you again for the millionth time, Lisa Ormsby, for tracking all these mega points, because if it weren't for you, it would not get done. It's just not possible. So thank you for doing that. Pick a captain who's not been a captain before and certainly not been a captain today, and let them report for your group, and the winner of the group will receive extra breakout points. Lisa, how many of well, let's just ask the class. If you have gotten points for doing your 23 paragraphs, raise your hand. Good job, Renee. Good job, Amrit. Good job, Raul, Cheryl, Birdie, Brittany. Woo! Okay. Jeanette, Harshita, I'm loving this. All right. How many of you have gotten points for your 17 articles of the Code of Ethics? All right. Raul, Harshita, Amrit. I know that one, quite a few of you. Birdie, Cheryl, good. That one's a little bit tougher. But wow, I'm super impressed. We're going to find out where our points are here in just a couple of minutes. Are you ready for that, Lisa?
Yeah.
Good. We're ready for it. All right. In
Sure.
5 minutes, we're gonna find out where we are coming out of the weekend. The four hats we wear, the four serious hats we wear is prospecting and converting and closing and following up. And we have to have in our schedules room for each one of these, to prospect and then to convert them into rep agreements and then to get them to the closing table and then on the phone calling our spheres, working our true referral-based business, getting those leads back into our business so it comes for full circle. And when an agent is struggling and they are coming to me and saying, I need income, I am struggling here, I need help. The first thing that we try to identify in triage is which wheelhouse is not being fulfilled, because all four of these are necessary for the cogs to turn, for the wheels to turn, and for the income to happen, because each one of these is necessary. If you're not prospecting, you have nothing to convert. If you're getting a lot of leads, you're not getting a representation agreement signed, then we need to talk about what your presentation is so that we can get more representation agreements signed. If you're getting a lot of representation agreements signed and you're not getting anyone at the closing table, then we're either not setting the right expectation, we're not putting the right client gateway search together, or we're not holding their hand through the transaction. Something's broken there. And if you've got a business where you're doing a lot of one-offs and you're not getting any referrals from your spheres, then you're not following up and having the right conversations. And so it's always going to be one of these four things or a multiple of these things in order for you to have a successful real estate career. Each one of these has to be greased. You have to have good competency in, and you have to get better at each one of these things. It's my goal or hope for you that on your goal board, you see these four items, because these four items are hypercritical for your success. What is your prospecting current SOPs in your business for prospecting? What are your SOPs for getting representation agreement signed? Are you setting the appointment? That's something that I find that's probably the biggest one that agents mistake, error on, is they call people or they're getting leads in and they're calling leads and they're not setting appointments. They're trying to answer all their questions on the phone. They're trying to be a huge value on the phone and they're trying to convert over the phone instead of setting the appointment and going meeting them in the real world. That's the number one mistake agents make. And so Kamei, Michael Potter, and Andrew Constancio, your management team, they are all pushing all the agents to go and set an appointment. Meet them in a coffee shop, meet them at a listing, meet them at their home. Go out and meet them because that's where the conversion is going to happen. That's where they're going to hire you. NAR statistics say that there's a 90% chance of getting hired when you meet the consumer out in the real world. And there's a 5% chance of getting hired over the phone. And so if the person's out of town, then that meeting is going to be over Zoom and get your representation agreement signed, but it should still be a separate meeting. You're having the phone call. Hey, you're in New Jersey and you're moving to Austin. Awesome. When do you have time to meet with me on Zoom? And set a separate appointment so that they meet you on Zoom. And then the goal of that appointment is to get the representation agreement signed so you can start delivering services. We should not be trying to set a Zoom for someone who lives a mile away. It is you should be trying to meet them out in the real world because this is what they call a belly to belly, eye to eye business. Again, a 90% chance of getting hired when you meet them in the real world. And so if your practice is meeting them in the real world, your conversion is going to have a much greater success. So out of those 100 leads, you're going to be closing five or six. And out of your personal referrals that you're getting from your spheres, those are going to close at a 60% rate or more, which is huge. In order to be successful in real estate, we have to have an organized database and be hitting that database on a regular basis. You all got a real good orientation on our CRM and the pipelines. All the money in real estate, according to Tom Ferry and all of the other coaches out there, all the money is in tech-enabled, systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up. So the money in real estate today is not from a transaction that's happening right now. Those are rare. What I call the low-hanging fruit. Someone calls you and says, I need to buy a house right now. That's rare. That's going to happen to you 10 times a year or less. If you're trying to close 60 transactions, then 50 or more is someone who's going to purchase 30 days, 60 days down the road. In order for us to keep track of those and not have all of those people falling through the cracks and end up buying because they walked in a builder office or ended up running into another real estate agent, is going out there meeting them in the real world. But we have to have a systematic, and relentless means that you can have a CRM and all your people be in there and you have a whole bunch of tasks, but those tasks are all overdue by 6 months and you haven't actually picked up the phone and call because the CRM's not going to do that for you. It's supposed to organize you, but you have to have the hat that says, I am an operator and I am also a manager, and the manager in me is going to force the operator to sit down and pick up the phone and make the calls and make sure that my tasks aren't overdue because everything's dying on the vine. All of that hard work that you accumulated up to that point is dying on the vine. Now, sometimes agents find themselves in a place in their career where they're hungry and they need money and they go out and they just relentlessly just go to work and they're calling leads and they're calling people and they just don't even realize that they've gone from kind of being a passive real estate agent to being a lot more active. And they come to me later and say, I'm having a really good year, or last year I had a really good year, but this year I'm not having a good year. And I don't know why. And it's always the focus, how you're showing up and how much energy that you're putting into being active instead of passive. But the systematic, the relentless, and the scheduled and the follow up is all about you getting the data in the CRM, turning on the pipelines, and the manager in you focusing the operator to sit down, pick up the phone, and have those conversations and having the right conversations, utilizing the forward script, asking for referrals, talking to your spheres, being humble, asking them what you can do to help them. Now, how many of you read the email that I sent out? In that email was 2 different calls that we're going to make throughout the year. What were those 2 different calls? What times a year, Sherry?
The first of the year and the middle of the year.
Thank you, Sherry. And what is the topic of that conversation typically?
Offering a asset analysis on their property.
Yeah. So, hi, Tom, Jack Stapleton here at Realty Texas. How are you? How's the family? How's work? How's the house? Well, I'm calling you at the beginning of the year because I like to offer all my clients an updated CMA so that you can have a better understanding of how much equity is in your home. I send those out at the beginning of the year. Do you mind if I send you one? Awesome. Great. I'll have that over to you before the end of next week. I'm curious, do you have any goals this year in real estate? Buying an investment properties for the kids, for their college tuition, anything like that? Just putting those bugs in their ear, having that is kind of the crux of that whole conversation. That is a very good January/February/March call. You're only calling a few people a day, and so it's going to take somewhere in the first quarter that you're going to get those calls done. And then somewhere in the third quarter, you're going to get your second set of calls done. And then it's a mid-year one. You're going to do an updated CMA again and ask them, do you have any goals coming up next year? Or do you need any trades, any professionals, any work done on your house? That email hopefully will help you feel more comfortable in having those conversations, because the number one question I get from agents is, what do I say to them on the phone? So there you go. That is what you say to them, and it's a really good approach. Does it have to be like that? No, everyone takes a different approach. But I can tell you that approach, if you take it, is a very successful one. We had each one of you come out of your breakout sessions and tell me what you defined as relentless. And mine was being so laser focused on an outcome that nothing stops you. And there were several of you that said being consistent, not giving up. That's all true, but you must show up and make the calls and not let them become overdue. That's the number one thing. And so, right now, what does your schedule look like for this week? Do you have a power hour on your schedule? That is absolutely required, and we're going to be talking about that in scheduling your day. Fear is the number one success blocker. And when it comes to fear, I don't know if you've ever seen this video. I remember when I saw it and I said, I'm going to add that to Mega. Whether you're religious or not, I think that this is just such a powerful thing for all of us to hear. And when you're feeling it, and you're feeling that anxiety, and you're feeling the anxiety in your business, play this video. Let me share my sound first. Okay, there we go.
Watch this. Do you know what the most repeated phrase in the Bible is? The recurring message is repeated 365 times. Watch this.
Do not be afraid. 365 times. We have a tendency to operate from a fear avoidance situation, that we're going to do whatever we can to stay away from the pain of the lessons that we've learned when we were in school and growing up, which is when we put ourselves out there, we make ourselves vulnerable. And when we make ourselves vulnerable and something bad happens, then we want to make ourselves less vulnerable and we build a shell around us and we don't want to make the phone calls. We don't want to ask for help. We don't want to be let down. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we can be ridiculed or embarrassed or humiliated or all of those things. And that's not what our mindset should be focused on. We shouldn't be focused about any of those things because remember, Vanessa Van Edwards, the salesperson in the mall. When we try to make ourselves perfect and we think that that's what we need to be is perfect, then we don't sell as many blenders in the mall because we're going to do whatever we can to make sure that we don't spill the smoothie as that uh, thing went. But it's not about spilling the blender on purpose. It's just allowing yourself to be you and be your authentic self and get out there and have the conversations with people. And if we don't feel like we are tall enough or young enough or thin enough or healthy enough or mentally strong enough or all the things that we put in front of us as a success blocker and say, well, I've got this issue in front of me and this issue means that I'm not going to find the success. And so they give up. But the one thing that we learn is that those people who celebrate themselves for their differences and are just relentless about going out and finding the success anyway and grateful and thankful. I know so many people who operate from a grateful, thankful mental mindset who have had so many things happen to them. And you just look at them and think, you are so strong. How do you do it? And I get to choose what I focus my intention on. And instead of being taking for granted all the good things and being upset when something bad happens, I'm going to do the exact opposite. And I'm not going to have any expectations about what good's going to happen. And I'm just going to be grateful and thankful every time something good happens. Because if we just think that our life should be perfect, and every time something good happens, you say, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. And then something bad happens, and you're like, what the heck? And just let that really take you for a toil. You could just have different expectations. And every time something good happens, you're like, wow, that's so fantastic. I got another day today. I woke up, my spouse and, health and family, all the things. Real estate is stressful and there's a lot of rejection that can come with it. And so when you are in a high stress, high rejection field, you can very easily crawl into your shell and not do what's necessary to get out there in the world and meet other people and have conversations and be vulnerable enough to say, I'm in real estate and I need help from my village. Those people who are my village, they send me referrals and that keeps me in business. These are very important conversations for each one of us to have. Your calendar and your schedule and your protection of your schedule and the priority that you put on your power hour, the Kobe Bryant in the cage thing, is really important. Just as Amaret mentioned today, his mindset changed because he realized that, oh, when I'm calling the leads, I'm not going to give up on the third or fourth call and think, why is this person so difficult to get a hold of? I'm now taking it from the frame of mind that the average person doesn't answer the phone until the sixth call. And so I'm not done after the first call and I'm not let down after calling the first time because my expectation isn't going to be that I'm going to convert them on the first call. So instead of being let down that they didn't answer, if they do answer, I'm going to be like, wow, that's so cool. See, frame of mind. I'm going to be grateful that they answered on the first time because that's awesome. That wasn't the expectation. But the expectation is after six calls, they do answer. And that could be 30 days, 60 days down the road. If someone if you see a lead come in and you grab them in the first 20 seconds, they're almost 400% greater chance of conversion because they're in that moment. But once that moment has passed and they moved on to something else, then you've got to align your time with them when it's convenient for them. And one of the videos we showed last week said that a lot of agents like to call it lunchtime, and that's not necessarily a convenient time for a lot of people. They're eating, they're in line somewhere, they're driving somewhere, and so when we like to make our calls, might not be the time where most people are answering. So there's the when are people answering? Well, 11 to noon, 4 to 5. So, how protective over those time periods are you going to be when you get into August and you start making those phone calls? Because if you can align your schedule and your power hour to call when most people are answering the phone, all that can do is help you be more successful with your calls and knowing that Wednesday and Thursday are the two best days. There's never necessarily a bad day, but Friday, if you're not going to make calls 1 day a week, Friday would be it, and you can focus on really getting ready to have the best open house possible on Friday. For me, Monday is scheduling the open house, and Friday is getting ready for it. And so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, pounding the phones and making sure that um, none of the tasks are becoming overdue. The pathway to the millions. Sign up for the cross-pollination, which many of you have already done. This is where you get your leads into imported through Gavin's assistance in the CXM and the CXM training. CXM is going to be a very important tool for you, and we're making it better and better, and we're adding a new dialer, and we're adding a bunch of tech to it, and you can actually sort of already see that when you go and you click the new experience in your .me, and you can see the new skins that we built. By the time we get out of August, you'll have a brand new CXM. But for now, it works, and just know it's going to be better and better. There's nothing wrong with it. It works quite well, and it's pretty fast too. But like everything, we're improving everything. I want everything to be as good as it possibly can be for you. So make sure that you know how to use the CRM and uh, take our um, invitation for you to come in and either take one-on-one training with Gavin or go into his cross-pollination training. Make sure that you're Googling your name and paying attention to what's going on with your name and just how many first position placements for Realty Texas is showing up for you. You want more? Blog on our system more. Our sites have the position one on page one for every single one of our agents. That's pretty impossible for a company of our size to have pulled off. In fact, I don't know any company that can say that if you Google your name, you're going to be in the first three spots for the company. That's just not a thing. Even if you go to Real Estate Webmasters and pay 2 grand for a website, that's still not going to even happen. And it's because we have built domain names around your name, have H1 tags with your name on them, and then we pair that with blogging and backlinks. We do need you to blog, which is why there's such a huge blogging element built into our Blast Lab. Because the more you blog, the more you will command page one. There's a question I ask in the reputation management class. Can you control your online reputation? And the answer is you can by controlling what consumers see on page one because most people are Googling or using AI, and we have AEO and SEO, and answer engine optimization, which is telling the consumer who is the best agent in your marketplace and explaining why they should use you on SEO so that on AEO so that when someone uses Claude or ChatGPT or Copilot, that you show up. And the same thing with SEO. Power hours in the mornings and the afternoons, making your 10 calls in the morning and the 10 calls in the afternoon, which is going to change your life if you consistently do that. Planning your open house, beginning your open house on Monday, getting it in the MLS as early on Monday as you can. We're gonna explain why this is so important and how this works in Friday's class. Grand Open House is the most important class for you in Mega. It is the most important class. And you will never list a property the same way again, I promise. This is what Mary Beth Ray and Isolette, these are the favorite things that they took away from Mega, is how to ensure that their first grand open house has this 18 to 20 people and that they're selling their home in the first weekend. There is tricks to it. And when you share this with your seller, you're going to obliterate anybody else who is sitting with that seller and having the same conversation with the seller because you have a marketing plan that you're going to share with your seller that's a game changer. And it makes sense and it's exciting to share. And when you share it with the seller, they're going to be excited for about what's to come. The database, top 200. Get as many people in your database as you possibly can. But once you have 200 past clients, you're operating from a fully referral-based business. And just how impactful that is, but it's intentional, which means that after you get a mega, you must either have time in your calendar to manage your database and continue to improve your database and call people, or hire an assistant that will help you with that. But it's still you that needs to make the phone calls. And learn your UVP, learn your value proposition, and recite it so many times that you never find yourself like John did in the How to Talk to Anyone class from Vanessa Van Edwards, where he stood frozen uh, and reciting his UVP, but he was so focused on the words he couldn't get the script out and still pay attention to his hands and his body movements. And so her first thing was you need to memorize it and you need to know it so well that you're not worried about what you say anymore. You're worried about how you say it because three-dimensionally how we sound with our hello, the tilt of our head, the expressions and people being able to see our hands and telling the story, really important. So your UVP, that project is going to be here before you know it. So Lisa's going to be talking to you a lot about it during our Mega Minis to get you prepared for it. Not to make you uncomfortable in Mega, but to give you an experience where you've done it in a safe place in front of your fellow classmates who are cheering you on so that the next time you do it out in the real world, it's a lot less scary. In fact, you've done something so much more uncomfortable that you're like, this is easy. I remember back when it was more difficult. This is easy. That helps a lot. And learning your contract paragraphs. You take ownership of your forms and learning your scripts like we did last week. The new script, the five things. Hi, Tom. This is Jack Stapleton with Realty Texas. Realtor.com said you are interested in 123 Main Street. When would you like to see the property? Those scripts that we have for you in a scripts PDF, memorizing those. So when you're calling the leads, you know exactly what you're going to say. So now you're focused less about what you're saying and more about what they're saying. And you can deliver it with professionalism. So you sound just that much more professional on the phone. So those are our pathways to millions, and that kind of concludes our recap from week one. Lisa Ormsby, where are we with our mega leaderboard? And I always say we takes 1 hour to get through our um, review, and it's 9:57. So we couldn't plan that more perfectly.
No, it's perfect timing. Okay, let me do one quick because some of you added some things in and try to remember to always put it in the tracker. Don't just send it to me separately, but go ahead and put it in there too. I added a few more.
So while Lisa is doing that, coming out of the second class in fifth place with 5,600 points was Harshita. In fourth place with 6,650 points was Amrit. In third place with 6,650 points, a tie with Amrit was Raul. Jeanette was in second place with 7,650 points. And in first place was Birdie with 10,600 points. So Jeanette and Birdie, you both were the recipients of the $25 gift card. Those should be in Miguel's office. Uh, Lisa, who's in our number 5 spot?
Okay. Also, one more thing. Some of you put 250 points down for coming to the open house training, but there's no points for that. So don't want you to come back at me later. So I took those off. All right, number 5. In fifth place with 8,000 points, and I think this is a new name to the upper portion of the class, is Danielle Gonzalez.
Ooh, Danielle was in fifth place coming out of class 1. So
Okay.
way to command and come find your way back to the list, Danielle.
In fourth place with 8,600 points is Amrit.
Good job, Amrit. You have consistently stayed on this list.
In third place with 8,700 is Jeanette.
And only 100 points different. Good
But
job,
wait,
Jeanette.
now in second place, it's only 50 points
Mhm.
difference. Second place is Renee Pretty.
Good job, Renee. Good
Yeah, she
job,
did
Renee.
her contracts. I was very proud of her. And Cheryl, all of them, they just
What was Renee's points?
8750,
Oh,
8,750.
got it. Okay. Good job, Renee.
And in first place with 12,050
Woo!
points is
We already know who that is.
Birdie. Yep, Birdie.
All right, Bertie. Good job. You have pulled ahead of the class with 12,050 points coming into week one. As we get into week three, we will see everyone in the class over that 10,000 points. And so, Bertie, just know that you've got people on your coattails. They are coming after you strong. But congratulations, Bertie, Renee, Jeanette, Amrit, and Danielle. I'm super proud of you. Anybody want to just for a moment speak about memorizing the paragraphs of your contract? Bertie and then Renee.
It was so I just more of like have a tip for others that are trying to memorize them. I did it in increments of 5, and that helped a lot because when I'm, trying to memorize each, I did it not the entire 23, do it little by little, and that helps a lot. As someone that's not good at memorizing at all, do it in increments, and that helps tremendously.
Had you ever considered memorizing the 23 paragraphs? How does it feel
Kind of.
how does it feel knowing it that well?
It's awesome. I mean, I could do it backwards too. So when you memorize it, guys, it's so helpful because it's just it's there. You know the number, you know the paragraph. It's really memorize them. It really is great.
Thank you, Bertie. And I can tell you, as broker, it makes me so proud. It makes me immensely proud. Renee,
So sorry, my dog keeps barking and I can barely hear. However, I'm gonna piggyback off of what she just said. I did it in increments of 4 and then the last 3 and kept repeating that over because I don't retain information very well. And so I just did it 4 and then got that down and then another 4. And then at the end, I was doing 8 and 8 and then basically 7, but trying to stack them together little by little so I could stack the 23 and finally do the video. And it even took me like 6 takes on the video because I froze on a couple, but I feel better having it memorized.
hopefully it gives you a sense of pride. And now you are in meetings at the association or in a class, and you don't have to pretend that you know it because you do. And when people ask you about it, you know it. And that should give you a much more solid foundation of pride and ownership of the contract. That's the goal. So thank you, Renee, for memorizing it. Cheryl and Raul.
So, I just want to encourage everyone. I honestly didn't think my old brain could do it. I also broke it down into fives, and because I couldn't refer to any notes or anything, I used my fingers. So that's where I got the 5 from. Anyway, I love that I did it, and although I know the contract quite well already, I certainly hadn't memorized it in order. So it's good for one's confidence, I think.
Good job, Cheryl. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
Raul.
It definitely makes me feel like a real estate agent, especially whenever I'm calling my sphere of influence and I'm speaking with people that I just left a different profession with. It really shows my knowledge and what I'm actually learning because I know the 23 and I know my fiduciary duties. So, yes.
Good job, team. Good job, Mega 18. All right, it is 10:04. We're going to do our first break. We'll see you back at 10:15.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 10:23. You got a couple of extra minutes. Thank you for sharing, Jeanette, regarding your Popeyes. Today's class is going to stop. It's going to start with a very inspiring video. I'm guessing you all know who Steve Jobs was. In this video, there's a few things that I want us to anchor ourselves on. Be in love with what you do. Follow your curiosity and your intuition. When you do that, it leads to amazing places. Trust the dots that are laid out before you because they usually lead somewhere and usually somewhere good. And it'll give you the confidence to follow your heart. And don't be afraid, we heard that earlier, to do great things, to be bold. This is a speech where he shared kind of the founder story, the origin story of what made Apple, one of the largest and greatest companies of all time, successful. And it is so interesting that it's mindset. What we've been talking about all last week. It's mindset and all of these little dots that came together that he connected. If you look at what his goal board had on it, or you look at his why, it's very interesting how you build a trillion-dollar company, multi-billion-dollar company, and the nuts and bolts of it is eerily similar to a real estate agent running their own businesses. It's very similar. Conceptually, it's all the same.
This program is brought to you by Stanford University. Please visit us at stanford.edu.
Thank you. I'm honored to be with you today for your commencement from one of the finest universities in the world. Truth be told, I never graduated from college, and this is the closest I've ever gotten to a college graduation. Today, I want to tell you 3 stories from my life. That's it. No big deal. Just 3 stories. The first story is about connecting the dots. I dropped out of Reed College after the first 6 months, but then stayed around as a drop-in for another 18 months or so before I really quit. So why'd I drop out? It started before I was born. My biological mother was a young, unwed graduate student, and she decided to put me up for adoption. She felt very strongly that I should be adopted by college graduates, so everything was all set for me to be adopted at birth by a lawyer and his wife. Except that when I popped out, they decided at the last minute that they really wanted a girl. So my parents, who were on a waiting list, got a call in the middle of the night asking, "We've got an unexpected baby boy. Do you want him?" They said, "Of course." My biological mother found out later that my mother had never graduated from college and that my father had never graduated from high school. She refused to sign the final adoption papers. She only relented a few months later when my parents promised that I would go to college. This was the start in my life. And 17 years later, I did go to college. But I naively chose a college that was almost as expensive as Stanford. And all of my working class parents' savings were being spent on my college tuition. After 6 months, I couldn't see the value in it. I had no idea what I wanted to do with my life and no idea how college was going to help me figure it out. And here I was, spending all of the money my parents had saved their entire life. So I decided to drop out and trust that it would all work out okay. It was pretty scary at the time, but looking back, it was one of the best decisions I ever made. The minute I dropped out, I could stop taking the required classes that didn't interest me and begin dropping in on the ones that looked far more interesting. It wasn't all romantic. I didn't have a dorm room, so I slept on the floor in friends' rooms. I returned Coke bottles for the 5-cent deposits to buy food with. And I would walk the 7 miles across town every Sunday night to get one good meal a week at the Hare Krishna temple. I loved it. And much of what I stumbled into by following my curiosity and intuition turned out to be priceless later on. Let me give you one example. Reed College at that time offered perhaps the best calligraphy instruction in the country. Throughout the campus, every poster, every label on every drawer was beautifully hand calligraphed. Because I had dropped out and didn't have to take the normal classes, I decided to take a calligraphy class to learn how to do this. I learned about serif and sans serif typefaces, about varying the amount of space between different letter combinations, about what makes great typography great. It was beautiful, historical, artistically subtle in a way that science can't capture, and I found it fascinating. None of this had even a hope of any practical application in my life. But 10 years later, when we were designing the first Macintosh computer, it all came back to me. And we designed it all into the Mac. It was the first computer with beautiful typography. If I had never dropped in on that single course in college, the Mac would have never had multiple typefaces or proportionally spaced fonts. And since Windows just copied the Mac, it's likely that no personal computer would have them. If I had never dropped out, I would have never dropped in on that calligraphy class, and personal computers might not have the wonderful typography that they do. Of course, it was impossible to connect the dots looking forward when I was in college, but it was very, very clear looking backwards 10 years later. Again, you can't connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect them looking backwards. So you have to trust that the dots will somehow connect in your future. You have to trust in something, your gut, destiny, life, karma, whatever, because believing that the dots will connect down the road will give you the confidence to follow your heart even when it leads you off the well-worn path, and that will make all the difference. My second story is about love and loss. I was lucky. I found what I loved to do early in life. Woz and I started Apple in my parents' garage when I was 20. We worked hard, and in 10 years, Apple had grown from just the two of us in a garage into a $2 billion company with over 4,000 employees. We just released our finest creation, the Macintosh, a year earlier, and I just turned 30. And then I got fired. How can you get fired from a company you started? Well, as Apple grew, we hired someone who I thought was very talented to run the company with me. And for the first year or so, things went well. But then our visions of the future began to diverge, and eventually we had a falling out. When we did, our board of directors sided with him. And so at 30, I was out, and very publicly out. What had been the focus of my entire adult life was gone, and it was devastating. I really didn't know what to do for a few months. I felt that I had let the previous generation of entrepreneurs down, that I had dropped the baton as it was being passed to me. I met with David Packard and Bob Noyce and tried to apologize for screwing up so badly. I was a very public failure, and I even thought about running away from the valley. But something slowly began to dawn on me. I still loved what I did. The turn of events at Apple had not changed that one bit. I'd been rejected, but I was still in love. And so I decided to start over. I didn't see it then, but it turned out that getting fired from Apple was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. The heaviness of being successful was replaced by the lightness of being a beginner again, less sure about everything. It freed me to enter one of the most creative periods of my life. During the next 5 years, I started a company named Next, another company named Pixar, and fell in love with an amazing woman who would become my wife. Pixar went on to create the world's first computer animated feature film, Toy Story, and is now the most successful animation studio in the world. In a remarkable turn of events, Apple bought Next, and I returned to Apple, and the technology we developed at Next is at the heart of Apple's current renaissance. And Lorene and I have a wonderful family together. I'm pretty sure none of this would have happened if I hadn't been fired from Apple. It was awful tasting medicine, but I guess the patient needed it. Sometimes life's going to hit you in the head with a brick. Don't lose faith. I'm convinced that the only thing that kept me going was that I loved what I did. You've got to find what you love, and that is as true for work as it is for your lovers. Your work is going to fill a large part of your life, and the only way to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is great work. And the only way to do great work is to love what you do. If you haven't found it yet.
Okay. There are a lot of lessons in that video. I'm going to ask you to watch the rest of it as homework. Sometimes what may seem like the biggest rejection in life later turns out to be the biggest opportunity you've ever had. And here is an example of that with arguably one of the most successful businessmen of all time, who started a company, got fired, started another company. That company was bought by the company he started and became CEO again, and the company tripled its value. When you zoom into today and the circumstance that happened today, sometimes things um, can look like bad fortune, rejection. Just like when you zoom in on the market today, it can seem like bad fortune. But when you zoom out and you look at the big picture, things maybe don't look the same. Maybe you realize that the dots have all led you here and that you have to trust the process and not be afraid. When we're making our calls in the morning or in the afternoon, when we're going in a listing appointment and you don't get a listing appointment, or you got the listing appointment, you need to get in the listing and you don't understand why. And then next thing, another opportunity came that you took a listing that ended up giving you a lot more opportunity that you probably would have been so hyper focused on the other one that you didn't get it. The point is that I need you to focus on the positivity. You need to focus on the operator and the CEO, the leader, and the leader has to tell the operator the inspiration, the good news, focusing on the positivity. And know that your business is not a slice. It's not a snapshot. It's not a single frame of a roll of film. It's the whole thing from beginning to end. And all of the cookie crumbs that led you to where you are right now, all are culminating into your business. And every single day you have an opportunity every day to play out those cookie crumbs and continue looking for opportunity and continue being positive in your life, in your career, because you are exactly where you are supposed to be. Real estate is truly a complicated profession because there's just so much of it. You have no guarantee of income except for your own resolve and your own ability to manage yourself for the income producing tasks. And the consumers out there, most of them don't really understand what the true value of a real estate agent is. And most real estate agents don't understand what the true value of a real estate agent is. And honestly, most real estate agents are a little confused on what their job really is, which is advice and counsel and opinions when asked after you've been hired, that we don't make decisions. We don't negotiate for, we negotiate on behalf. We don't make decisions for, we advise and then follow the directions of. Our job is to make sure that they are well informed in every decision they make. That's different than how a lot of agents approach this business. They think that somehow our job is to guarantee a perfect outcome and that the steps to the perfect outcome are ours to decide. And that's not, of course, it at all, because what our idea of a perfect outcome is may not be what the client says. It's to learn what the client wants and to follow their instructions. What they need from you is advice, help, tips, support, guidance. And you get all of these things from your team that's standing behind you so that you can help your client. I can tell you 90% of real estate agents out there, they don't have a team that's supporting them or standing behind them, and they can't always give the right answer, and so they make things up. Or they sound whatever, they just say whatever sounds good. Don't make stuff up. Don't just say whatever sounds good. If you don't know something, tell your client. Do we say we don't know? No, we don't. We do something a little different. Let me check with my team. Some of you are new and you have a mentor. So doubling down on that mentor will help you learn. And some of you have been in the business for a really long time and you'll find yourself in situations where you're in new territory. Trust mentorship. Remember that our job is to protect our client from being ill-informed, not protecting your client from harm. Because your client can decide that they want to make a really bad decision, a really rash decision, and you can determine whether or not you want to be hired by them or continue working for them, but we don't make decisions for them. We have to provide them with the information that's necessary for them to make an informed decision and let them make that decision. That is what it is to be a real estate agent. Some of you have worked in law offices, or even we have an attorney in the group where that job of an attorney is very different than the job of a real estate agent. So you have everything at your fingertips. When you arrive at today, we're past the idea that the opportunity exists. We're past the idea that we're going to call new leads. And now we arrive at a day where I don't need to convince you anymore because you know it's true. So now it's what do we need to do to build on this new foundation of information that we have for ourselves? What is the next step now that we know that our next client is coming from likely someone we already know, and that our business is based on advice, not opinions, not making decisions for other people? Where where do we go from here? How much of our time should be focused on income producing tasks? How do I put my calendar together? What do I do? So the very next thing that we have to talk about is when you build a referral-based business, I need you to be focusing on your past clients and asking for referrals and getting those referrals in the business. And you remember what Vanessa Van Edwards said about the halo effect. When someone gives you a referral, we're always going to talk kind about people. The very first question when someone calls you and says, "Hey, I'd like to, I am very interested in, using you. I've been following you." Awesome. Did someone refer you to me? How'd you get my information? You want to find out the source of this person, and you find out, oh, it was someone that referred them. Oh, Tom referred you? Amazing. I love Tom. Tom is the best. And then call Tom and thank him profusely for the referral. Add Tom as the referral source for this new client in your CXM. You have a source field, and that source field will let you pick where that person came from so that now you can start tracking where all your clients came from. And a task that you should have on your list is trying to remember where all these people came from, their actual source, so that you can start tracking who are your greatest referrers. Yes, we have the ready, able, and willing fields, but separately, we have where this lead came from. That is one of the most important fields because if you're building a referral-based business, where it came from begins to become one of the most important pieces of information you have in your database. Referrals are a way for you to expand your network because of the Dunbar's number. Those people know more people. Referrals are the cheapest way to run your business. Instead of paying for leads, they just come at you. And they are working on borrowed trust. And I can tell you, even today, there's some of you that are still going to be afraid or scared or nervous about asking for referrals from your family, from your friends, from those people. And so today is the day that you have to trust the dots. You have to trust the journey that you've landed yourself here. You're still in the business and you want the million. You want to go after something different in the future than what you've had in the past. And so that means we have to do something different after today than we've done in the past. Previously, we've talked about over the last week of what we need to do, but this is where the mindset shifts from what do we need to do to what we're going to do and how we're going to add that to our calendar and making the calls. Many of you have made a lot of calls and you're asking for those referrals. But this can't be in a vacuum. It can't happen once and then tomorrow we get out of Mega and we go back to doing exactly what we were doing before. So there has to be a plan in place in order to operate differently. So first it's mindset, and then it's planning, and then it's execution. If we just jump in and make a few calls and see that it works, and then we go back to the 6 months, year, 10 years, 15 years of how we've been doing business before, you're going to find yourself back in Mega 19 trying to do this journey over again. So your time is right now, and your ability to get yourself on a different set of tracks that leads to the referral-based business of you making $1 million is right now. So whatever's going on, whatever craziness that's happening in your lives right now, this is the gladiator in your cage, focus time on me where I'm going to bring in the million. Nothing can be more important right now than the focused concentration on building the success for the next 6 months for the rest of 2026, which culminates right now. Agents are afraid to ask referrals because of fear. Don't be afraid, but fear of rejection, lack of confidence, and because they don't know how to ask. And hopefully now you're bringing yourself to asking, and I've given you multiple different ways of asking. Anything from the 2 phone calls a year to letting them know that they're part of your village and that you're in real estate and you're super excited to share that you're in real estate with everyone and ask them for help. You're my village, and my village is what puts food on my table. And I'm so grateful and thankful for you being in my village. And you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, please. Your referral would mean the world to me because that is what keeps me in business, and that's what your village is for. Your village is there to support you and help you. After you have started getting a majority of your leads from referrals, it's going to change your mindset and you're going to be more confident and you're going to make that part of your routine. But today is where we're going to ask you to start changing the behavior of asking for referrals and making that a primary source of leads in your business from this point forward. That's going to require you to actually put into place your database and making the phone calls and clearing tasks in your database. A lot of you have made calls. Some of those calls came from your cell phone. But let me ask you this question. If you've made 5 calls, when is it time to call them again? How do you know when to call them again? How do you know if you've made 100 calls? How do you know who you've called in the past and when it's time to call them again? And so if you're not calling from the CRM, which means turning on your pipelines, and I can see who has turned on their pipelines and who's turned off their pipelines, and 3 of you have turned on your auto action plans, which means if you're making the phone calls right now, you have no way to track it You have no way to know when it's time to call again. And so if you haven't turned on the pipeline in your CRM for the action plans, this is the time to reach out to Gavin and say, I need to turn on my action plans. And then start calling, not from going through your cell phone and scrolling down and trying to find someone to click dial, but to let the system tell you who to call and then you call that person. And I'm going to task you with doing something a little brave. I'm going to put a goal in front of you that every single time it asks you to call someone, you push the call button. Some of you are going to say, no, I don't ever want to call that person again. You have to ask yourself, why? Now, if the relationship between you and that person is just so awful, then you should put them in a pipeline like do not contact. But don't do it just because you're embarrassed that you haven't called them for 8 years and you sold them a house 10 years ago and haven't called them. There's a big difference between who you call and who you don't call. And you should have a very small list of people who you don't call and a very large list of people who you do call. And I can tell you that fear is going to have you changing people out of your database because you don't want to call them, because you're embarrassed because you haven't called them for such a long time that you don't know how to break the ice with that conversation. And this is where you're going to separate the class from the 95% to the 5%. Right this moment. This is what separates the 95 from the 5 right now. We've heard a dozen times from Tom Ferry where he said all the money is in systematic, relentless scheduled follow-up, which is a CRM. You have to be letting the CRM manage you. And you have to call everyone and not let fear get in the way or embarrassment from calling them, because it is time to fix the mistakes from the past of not. For those of you who are in real estate from day one and you just got your license, it's easier for you because you haven't been in the business for 8 years and not called your people. So it's a little bit easier for you, but still you have to call people from your past jobs and college and family, friends, and letting them know that you're in real estate and set that new precedence of building that business. And they're going to be happy to hear from you. Andrew Constancio had pain when he got into Mega because he's been in the business for 30 years and he was calling people from 18 to 20 years ago, and they were happy to hear from him. Ken Pearson had pain when he got into Mega because he had to call people he hadn't heard from for a really long time. And next thing you know, Ken had 3 transactions inside Mega from those people that he called. And that changed his life. And his business has continued to accelerate because of the calls. And so will yours. So I have to tell you, you got to ask for the referrals. You have to get out of your own way. You cannot let yourself operate from fear. You need to turn on the pipelines and push the call button and let the system do its magic for you. Warren Buffett, one of the arguably the most successful businessmen of all times, in talking about small business. We're going to watch a couple of videos here, starting with Warren Buffett. Best advice to small business owners.
The best advice to a small business owner, or for that matter, to a large business owner, is never stop thinking about how to delight your customer. Not to satisfy your customer, but to delight your customer. And when you wake up in the morning, start thinking about it. During the day, think about it. At night, think about it, and then dream about it. And no company's ever failed that had millions of delighted customers. And you start with them and you get them one at a time.
There's no substitute for hard work. The best time you're ever going to have is when it starts out just you, and it'd be great if it grows into a wonderful, big, profitable company. But you're never going to be happier and more satisfied than you are in the first year or so of getting your business going, because you do every single thing. You sweep up when everybody goes home. You're the first one in. You plug in the coffee pot, so when your people come in, they have hot coffee and can get straight to work. You work through lunch, set an example for them. But there's no substitute for hard work. People say luck, yes, but the harder you work, the luckier you get.
My advice to a small business owner or any entrepreneur would be not to be discouraged
Jack,
if
are
the
you
business
having
you end up with is not the one you
difficulties,
started
or am I
out
just missing
to
something?
pursue. Because
Cheryl, what's that?
I'm not seeing anything.
Okay, there's a tab on your screen, Cheryl, that you'll see that you'll be able to click the tab and you'll see it. There's
Oh,
tabs on the top. You're probably not on that tab.
oh.
Everyone else can see the video, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So in your gallery of windows, there's a tab on the top. One is the screen share and one is the gallery of people. And if you've gotten on the wrong tab, then you won't be able to see. And it always defaults back to the way it was before. So if you leave and come back, it'll be defaulted right back where it was before.
so often you encounter difficulties, you encounter failures, and the important piece is to learn from each of those very quickly and to pivot and to move on to the idea that works.
Of course, you have to be close to your products, close to your customers, and think about them. That's the most important. But don't forget to think about your business, what your plans are, what you want to do next, how to take your business to the next level. Again, think about being in your business, but think about your business as well.
My best advice is to really work hard to clarify what your purpose is and be able to articulate that, be able to communicate it in a simple sentence. And the reason that's important is as you bring people into your company, I think the most important question you ask them is, why are you here? Why do you want to join this company? And if you hear that purpose back, if you hear that passion around that purpose, it makes everything a whole lot easier. Any skill can be learned and taught, but passion cannot.
Being an entrepreneur can be a roller coaster ride at times. You will have great days, you will have not so great days. You may even from time to time have an awful day. You've got to stay focused and stay level-headed and keep your feet on the ground.
Companies that do well at some level, even though it may not be written down on a piece of paper, need to have kind of a clear strategy of why they're different, why they're adding value, why they're producing something special that customers need and that they're not getting now. So I think if there's a clear sense of strategy and you can get all the people aligned around that, then you get a lot more power than if you're just scrambling and working harder and harder and without that clear direction. So that's my one piece of advice.
So what are we learning here? We're learning that we are an operator, that we have a manager. Our manager is ourselves and our business, and that we need to be thinking about our business and how to delight our customer. How can we provide better services? But also, how do we communicate with our customer in the first place? And when we're communicating with them, how do we stay top of mind? How do we get referrals from them? And how do we build a business where we are going to find, multi-generational success and wealth from a business? And it doesn't come from because we put a lot of concentrated thought on becoming wealthy. It's because we put a lot of concentrated thought into how can we delight our customers, provide the very best services, develop a long-term relationship with that person, and be asking for referrals long-term. That is how you build a very successful practice. So the next set of videos is how and what tools we have at Realty Texas that helps you stay top of mind from your customer, from our email touches to our social media integrations to our auto newsletter system that we have built for you, which about 10% of the company has turned on, and our AI blogging tools that allow you for SEO and AEO. And so there's a lot of tools that we've built into Realty Texas that will help you stay top of mind, that will automate a lot of communication between you and your customer, but nothing is as important as turning on the action plans and making the calls. Lior.
Jack, so just to clarify, we're talking about CRM, client management, follow-up, all those things. So you've talked on and off about, you mentioned income producing tasks. What are the main income producing tasks that I absolutely have to focus on?
Well, thank you for asking the question, Lior. The power hour in the morning and the power hour in the afternoon. That is the most important income producing tasks that you have, which is calling your spheres and letting them know about you and your business, asking for the business and letting them know that you would really appreciate them giving you a shot when it's time for them to transact. And when they know someone that's looking to buy, sell, lease a home, that you would love that referral from them because that is the number one income producing task. In the book, The Shift, which I
I've
like to
started
read.
reading it yesterday, so
Good. Well, this part says, what matters most in our businesses? First, we lead generate, we capture and convert leads to appointments. Second, we present potential buyers and sellers and get representation agreements signed. Third, we show our buyers and market our sellers. Fourth, we write and negotiate purchase contracts. Fifth, we coordinate our resulting sales to closings. And finally, sixth, we manage all the money that flows into our business. These six core competencies are really an outline of our basic sales job description. I've broken it down into prospect, convert, close, follow up, but they've broken it down to six here. And it says, it's a very interesting question because it says if you're going to scale your business and everything has to be scalable, um, which ones can be delegated? So when you're a real estate agent and you're going to be an operator and you're doing non-income producing tasks, for every hour you're doing non-income producing tasks, you have to do 2 hours of income producing tasks. Then what is the income producing task? And in the shift book, it says presenting, showing, writing, negotiating, coordinating closings, and managing money are all activities that can be successfully delegated. However, it is extremely difficult to effectively delegate number one, lead generation and conversion to an appointment. Why? Because it is a distinct skill set to generate a lead, capture the appropriate information, and then convert that lead to an appointment. Converting the lead to an appointment is the most important thing. What separates a real estate agent from everybody else in the world that's not licensed? And it's your ability to have a conversation with someone about buying and selling. Your conversation with them. That's what separates a licensee from non-licensee. Someone who is not licensed, they can do flyers and they can send out postcards and they can help you manage your database and manage the money that comes into your system. Prepare for your open houses, put up open house signs, lockboxes, signs, help you stage the property. All of this stuff, helping you put your paperwork together and compliance engine and putting your rooms together. All of these things are non-income producing. The number one income producing task for an agent is finding the person who's wanting to buy, sell, or lease a home, finding the client, and setting the appointment to get the representation agreement. That is the income producing task. From that moment now, everything now is duty related. Duties related to the requirements to provide brokerage services under the representation agreement, which is a facilitation. It's not an income producing. And so that's closing them. Closing them is not getting them to the closing table. It is getting them to sign the representation, the conversion of it. So we have prospect, pull leads into the business, and then convert. That is getting your representation agreement signed. Those two is when the train leaves the station. That is the income producing task. So what the book says is if you hire an assistant, you actually can have the assistant do every single thing except you picking up the phone and calling your clients and setting those appointments. If you were to do one thing and nothing else, it would be picking up the phone and having conversations with prospects and meeting them, either bring them to the office and have them come meet you or meet them in a coffee shop and get the representation agreement signed. From that point forward, you can have buyer agents, you can have listing assistants, you can have an entire team of people that is assisting you. And the more clients you have, the more people that you'll have helping you in farming out those tasks. And the thing is that a lot of real estate agents, they want to buy leads and pay someone else to convert those leads for them, when in fact that is the one thing. And sometimes people want to create a real estate team and they think, well, if I create a team and I have 5 buyers agents, those buyer agents will bring me income. And that's not what a team is designed to do. A team is, I'm a rainmaker. I create so many leads that I have more
Everybody else.
leads than I can have. Exactly right. And I'm going to hand that lead to a buyer agent. And if you're just feeding them continually, they're happy to do everything on a 50-50 basis because you're handing them the business because you're the rainmaker. And so you've got to be the rainmaker, the person where the leads come from, and a master at converting those leads. That is how you make $1 million in real estate. Everything else can be farmed out.
Okay. So my main task is to become a rainmaker.
Yes, that's right. Which is
So, Jack,
just, go ahead, Jacinta.
so you would never work with any of those companies like Realtor or those other companies that want to also sell you leads?
So we've purchased about $3 million of leads from those companies. And you know what we found? Is that the $4 Facebook lead converts at the same rate as a $150 Realtor.com lead. And a two, there right now, Zillow leads are roughly $1,000 a lead. $1,000 a lead. When you get into Flex and they are going to charge you $8,000 a month, and they're going to tell you that you're going to get 8 to 12 leads from that $12,000. And you realize that every single one of those leads is $1,000. And then you find out it's a kid calling for a school project. It's a neighbor screaming about a garbage can that was left out. Someone asking you, I thought you're the listing agent. And you do research on each one of those leads and realize it's the same story. There is not a more qualified lead at Realtor.com or Zillow or Homes.com. It is not a higher quality lead. And it makes sense because when you're looking at consumers who are buying and selling homes, you don't have a higher quality human being that's all gravitated towards one thing that's a better lead. It just doesn't even make sense conceptually. The Facebook leads, they take longer to close because you get them earlier in the process. Not all of them, but you have 100 Facebook leads and you have 100 Realtor.com leads. You spent $100,000 or $100,000 on Zillow leads, and you've spent $100 on Facebook leads, and they close at the exact same rate. And so you learn after time. And again, multiple $1 million spend on raw cost of leads. And we've done the numbers a million ways and circles, and we keep finding the same thing. It's not a higher quality lead. So no, I won't spend my money on that because I know I can run Facebook ads and I can run Google AdWords and I can get 75 leads for the cost of one Zillow lead. And that means I'm going to have a lot more opportunity in closings from the Facebook leads. So it's a very good question. So that's not even the number one source of business for you. The number one source of business is the 200 people that you already know. That's where the real $1 million comes from over the long haul. Now, your family, you're going to find a Facebook lead. You're going to convert them, set the appointment, go meet them, sell them a house. You showcased your services in front of them. Now you're their agent. Now your job is to continue keeping up with them because that's where agents fail miserably is they close the home with them, give them a hug at the closing table and maybe never call them again ever. Which is very much like ghosting, right? You got your paycheck and you ghosted your client, never called him again. And I can tell you that most real estate agents ghost their clients. They never call them again. They might the first year call at the 1 year mark. They might send them out a thank you card. They might send a text message every couple of years. Might. But 90% of them ghost them. And we're going to do something very different. We're not going to ghost. We're going to run it like a business and do that 5% thing, which is every single person who's in our database ask for referrals, become part of their sphere. That sphere gives you another referral. Now you're part of another sphere. And you just keep thinking every day, how can I get in front of more people? How can I have more conversations? How can I get a better relationship with my clients? And who is my client? Is my client just the people who I'm transacting with? And I have the split between clients and past clients. And if you don't really know who your clients are conceptually either, you're gonna struggle because it's not past clients. It's your clients is everyone who could do business with you and all the people who have done business with you. That's your database. Those are your clients. Those are your sphere. And you're going to pull those people into your business. You can have 5 clients that you don't have representation agreements. They could be called customers, and we're going to call them customers because that's true. But in your mind, I want you to think of your entire database as your client database. All the people in there that can do business with you, and think about that as your client base. Then you start getting referrals from them and you start working that database because that is your business, not the one person that you're working with right now. And you focus your entire world on them, and everybody else uh, is on pause and have ignored. And that is the definition of a transactional business. So we're focusing on the transactions and we're not focusing on the business itself with all their customers. Imagine for a moment Apple ignored all their past clients, did absolutely nothing to market to you at all, and they only focused the person who's, transacting with them in that moment. All companies are going to fail. They got to figure out who their clients are and communicate to them. Okay, so we know who our clients are. It's going to be our clients and customers. It's everyone in our database, calling them all, introducing them to our services, getting them into our business, doubling down on and we're going to be talking about this very much today, which is the client appreciation parties, post closing client gifts, communication, and staying top of mind, because it's not just phone calls. Phone calls is a necessary element. And over the last week, we focused a lot on the phone calls because the phone calls is the one thing that most agents are a little bit afraid to do. But it's not just the phone calls. It's the rest of it, which is part of what we're talking about right here, which is your adding. I guess I have to go hyperlink open because the button is missing. I'm going to switch over to my browser. So we've created a lot of tools for you. Hey, Realty Texas, super excited to share with you a feature in our realtytexas.me that will allow you to blast any of our Realty Texas listings to your entire spheres. Remember, the listing agreement is taken in the name of the brokerage. We all have the right to advertise these listings, and we should be. If you go to our Cesium app that's in your .me, this opens up every listing that we have here at Realty Texas, also every listing that is in the entire marketplace. Find a listing that you like, click on the media button, and then click on the email blast. Once you do, select the Explore Featured Listings button and click on the Users tab and do the Select All feature so that you can select all of your users. And you can always preview it before you actually send it so you can see what it looks like. If you click the send button here, it's going to go ahead and send it out. But instead, I'm going to click the preview feature so that I can see what that would look like. And then this would be sent to your entire client list. If you want every Monday, you can send out a listing that you've handpicked that you email out to your entire client database. And when you click select all, it's going to send a private email to that one person from you with a nicely created flyer that has information about the listing. Your listings, where you're the listing agent, obviously you're going to prioritize, but also you have the right to advertise all the company listings, and you should be sharing out that information. So inside of the tools that we've built for you is ways for you to get more information to your clients. Amrit and then Lior.
Jack, I've tried a couple of times to send out a blast, but I do have a large amount of people in my database, and it doesn't give me the option to individually select perhaps a lesser amount of people rather than selecting all, 5,700 people at one time.
Yeah, you can hit select all, you can hit select none, or you can select just some users. It actually does. It's just actually somewhere else because these settings of what customers that you're selecting actually come from the client list. And you can turn some people on and turn some others, switch it off so they don't get it, and it will remember those settings for the next time. So you can go through and all those people that you want to be in the on position, you set it, and then when it opens, those people are already selected, which is a little bit of a project for you, but you do have the ability to do that. We don't, Elmer is here. I've asked him to give us some additional sorting features or filtering features here based on city and metro and some other pieces of information, but like client type, tenant, buyer, seller. But majority of these people are going to be past clients who you're emailing. So if you want to segment this, we can give you some more segmentations. Lior.
So you're saying this is for past clients, not everybody in your CRM, right?
It's for who you decide that you want to share this with. But I think
Okay.
that a real estate agent should be sending out a listing every Monday, the featured listing for everyone to get an email and find something interesting, find a cool property. That's why this isn't set up on auto, because you can find a property that you think is really cool and share that with them, and you can even modify the text that goes out as well. So um,
Okay.
this is what our blast lab is for every day at 1 o'clock, where Bryce goes through and shows you how to set these things up and send out these blasts.
Got it. Now, one more thing. So a lot of my people that are in my list I don't have their email. I just have phone number.
And so
Is there,
we have an enrichment tool, Lior, that allows you to enrich your contacts, which will take your contacts and their cell phone number and it puts it through a aggregation company that will add their address, add all the email addresses for those people. It costs about 1 cent per record. And so you have that ability in your app to enrich your data. And I do recommend that you enrich your data. You just click one button and it's going to pass all of it through data analytics and enrich the data and give you email addresses.
okay, thank you.
Okay, so that is one example of email touches. We also have a newsletter system, which this is back on our slide deck. So we have built a monthly newsletter, and probably through your career, you've had in the back of your mind that you need to send out a monthly newsletter. Who has thought about sending out or needing to send out a monthly newsletter to your clients? We have that built into our system for you. And so in the system, we have about 75 templates, and we're continually adding new ones so that every month you can pick the newsletter that you want to send and click one button and it sends out your monthly
Send your
newsletter.
contacts a professional monthly newsletter? If so, then this is for you. Click on the blast icon from your .me dashboard, then click the Newsletter tab. Realty Texas has created dozens of professionally built newsletters, and more will be added each month. Simply choose the template you wish to send. Select the Users tab. Choose the users you wish to send. I recommend you add yourself to the list. If you wish to send to everyone, simply choose Select All. Then select a banner image to display at the top of your newsletter. Then click Send. That's it. Your newsletter will be emailed to all the contacts you selected. Then, from the History tab, you can see a list of newsletters you have sent and how many people have opened your newsletter. All of this right from your dashboard. Here's what the newsletter will look like. Now, in seconds, you can choose from any one of our dozens of pre-built monthly newsletters and delivery to your CXM contacts. Okay, let's go through it one more time. Select the pre-built newsletter template you wish to send. Then select the banner image. Choose the CXM contacts you want to send the newsletter to. And click Send.
Lior.
So is there an option to do, so I've been doing a weekly newsletter to my database. Is there an option to add it to the .me, like my own, and send it through there instead of I'm using MailChimp?
So we do give you guys the ability to create your own, and that is something that you can do. Most agents struggle with that, and so we've created the newsletters for them because in order to create an HTML newsletter, then you have to create the HTML newsletter, and it takes a couple of hours, and most agents have struggled with that.
I'm just doing it through with ChatGPT. So
Yeah. So you have the same thing here. You can take and put it into the blog, and then you can email out the blog as a newsletter. Or you can use the templates that we have. And the blog, when designed like a newsletter, looks exactly like the newsletter. So you've got multiple different choices. And you can continue doing it the way that you're doing it now, which is, there's not a right or wrong way. But what's nice about this way is that you've got one database that's all in one place and you're not having to synchronize the data or any of that. Good questions.
yeah, and that's kind of I want to consolidate everything. So
Have everything under one tool. And so uh, we we've got 3 more videos to watch, but we also have a break to do, and then we're going to lunch at noon. So it is 11:17. Sherry, we're gonna go through your question, and then we're gonna go to break and come back.
Just a quick question. When you send out the monthly email, does that then get logged in each client's individual history?
Yes. So not only that, but you can see if they've opened it and when they read it and whether it bounced back or whether the email address was good as well. Yep. Okay, it is 11:17. Let's take our 11 o'clock break. Let's come back at 11:28.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, we are talking about building a referral-based business, and that means that we have to be sending out newsletters. We need to be sending out featured listings. We need to be blogging. We need to be doing social media. We need to be making our phone calls. We need to be figuring ways to do or provide the very best services possible. So part of building a referral-based business is not just a phone call. It's a lot of things. And so obviously we here at the company have put a lot of thought into providing some tools that's going to help you check off each one of these boxes. So of course, today we give you a reintroduction of where they are, how to find them, how to blast them out, and if you have tips when you are using them to help make them better, just send us an email, send us a text message, send us a Teams so that we can give those to Elmer. I use these tools on a daily basis. So I am communicating to my clients using all of these things. And when I find a way to make it better, then we improve it. But I'm using it exactly the way you are. I'm using it exactly the way I intend to use it, but you may come at it from a different perspective. You may not want to use it the same way because I'm sending it to everyone. I've got 3,700 contacts that I've narrowed my database down to, and I'm sending this stuff out to all of them. You might want to do something differently. So if you want to use it in a different way, that's an interesting perspective that I appreciate. Send those to us and we can look at that. Now, obviously, blogs is not something that's going away. We've got video blogs, which is called Vlog, VLOG, and just regular old text blogs, BLOG. Your Realty Texas website, Mary, we just showed a video on that one. If you go to your Cesium, you'll see a newsletter. You'll see a tab for a newsletter. So there is a video. So if you go back and you look at the Realty Texas newsletter system, in your slides is a QR code. And if you scan this QR code, it will bring up a video with a video walkthrough of exactly how to do it. So each one of these has a QR code so that you can later scan the QR code. The idea isn't to send this while we're in class right now, but to reintroduce what these tools are for you. And each one of these QR codes will bring you to a video, and that video will show you exactly how to do it from start to finish. So that hopefully will help you later when it's time to send out the newsletter. Your realtytexas.com website, so we give you Renee-pretty.realtytexas.com, Swetha-Nimna.realtytexas.com, Anna-Dabalski.realtytexas.com. Your branded IDX website. We have all of the MLSs in this IDX search for you. So you don't just have one. If you were to reach out to a third-party company and pay for an IDX website, they're going to charge you for each different MLS. And it's a couple $100 a month for each one. And so you have, as part of your free IDX website, all of the data. Netras, which is all of Dallas, Austin, CTX MLS, Corpus Christi, HAR, San Antonio, all of them in one place. So uh, uh, your websites have a lot of listings on them for beautiful and wonderful SEO purposes. But you also have a blogging tab, and that blogging tab allows you to put information out to the world on specific topics. So when people are either using ChatGPT or Google on that topic, your blog is designed to come up in those search results. I have found on over the last year about 6 times when I was searching for different topics, one of Realty Texas blogs came up in the search results as I was typing, which just makes me smile. The most recent one, well, the most memorable one in the last 6 months was I was last November looking for Christmas ornaments for my HOA, and I came across a blog that Michelle LaFortune did on that topic, a large HOA Christmas decoration company. Sort of a unique one. But the idea here is you have at your fingertips to create a blog in seconds. AI will create the blog, it will help you pick an image, and then you come out the other side of that with a saved blog. She had a goal last year of 1,000 blogs, and she was the first agent to reach it. You should every day do a blog. If you do a blog every day, then that's more and more content for your website. So here is how you can quickly and easily do a blog.
Realty Texas is proud to offer our AI blogging platform. This AI blogging tool does all the heavy lifting. Watch as we create a blog in just seconds. Step 1. Click the blog link on your agent dashboard. Step 2. You will see a list of your blog posts. At the top, simply click the New Blog Post button. Click the AI Generative AI button. Step 3. Enter some text about your next great blog idea. Something really broad, like create a blog about rates in May of 2025. Click the Generate button. Our tool will generate the title, content, and URL automatically. Please read and proof your blog. Step 4. Time to select a blog image. The generative AI already added text to search for your image. Click the search button at the bottom. Search for an image that best represents your blog. Then click the green Choose button directly under it. The system will automatically embed the image into your blog for you. Step 5. The last step is to set your blog status active and to save your blog. After doing this, your blog will be live on our website. Want to preview your new blog? Scroll to the bottom of the page and click the blog URL. Your blog will open in a new window. Each blog displays the image at the top, the blog content in the middle, and at the bottom are the blog tags. All of our blogs accept user comments by default. Want to share your blog? From our blog app, find the blog you just created and click the blast button located to the right of the blog title. Now that the blast blog feature is open, simply select which of your CXM users you wish to share your blog to. We always recommend adding yourself to this list. Our batching system runs every 5 minutes, so it can take up to 5 minutes for your blog to be emailed. Our blogging platform was built for ease of use, to be easily shared, and has great SEO. We hope that you get a lot of use and leads from your new blogging tool. Happy blogging, Realty Texas.
So easy peasy. We use AI to create the blog. You can select the image. It creates the blog tags, creates the URL tag, does pretty much everything for you. And within 2 to 4 minutes from start to finish, your blog is done. Just proofread it before you do so your eyes are on it. and then put it active. Then, if you want, it can just sit there and live on your website so people can stumble upon it. Or if it's an article that you want to share out with your spheres, you can also email that blog to everyone. So maybe it's homeowners spring tips or a market update, whatever that is. It can also act as what Leora was talking about, is a newsletter. So instead of using the AI side, or you could use AI just like he said to create a newsletter, and that newsletter is sitting there as a blog, and then you can blast the blog out to everyone. So that newsletter will then be living on your blog page with the ability to send it out so your clients get a very attractive looking email with a link to the blog. You click it and it's your newsletter. So millions and millions of ways to quickly and easily share out information to your clients. Here's a way that through your app, you can send out a very easy, I think this also is going to require me to open up and switch our screen to the browser. Hold on, let me do that. I keep switching back and forth between the browsers so you could see it. Yeah, here you go.
Realty Texas is proud to offer our AI blogging platform.
Wrong one. SMS Touch, is that the right one? No, that's not the right one. I will have to share that video at break. It's definitely a different, hold on. It's not the same QR code. I'm gonna have to go the long way around. Okay. All right. Yep. I'm gonna have to go the long way around. All right. So in your Realty Texas app, you have a way to also blast out via SMS. If you want to send your newsletter via SMS or you want to send a social post, we have on your realtytexas.me dashboard a way to go to any of your very cool social posts that's being created by our art department and blast those out via email. How many of you have actually turned on the auto sharing platform that we have? Has anybody not turned it on? Okay, so let me just walk you through this. The reason we give you an option, so you have to turn it on. It's not turned on by default. You have to share it. And you have several different options. But what this will do is automatically post the listings that come in, because as we have listings in the MLS, we automatically import those listings into our system. So you'll see the social post link when you go to your .me, and that you click your name and it says social posts. You click the social posts, and I have 1,879 posts that it's posted for me, 1,660 were published, 219 failed. And if it failed, we can ask it to redo it. Who knows why it failed, but sometimes they fail and we have to do them over again. It's a Facebook thing. But as you can see, I have thousands that were published. Every time a listing is imported into the MLS, it will automatically post it to your socials. And if it fails, you can go over here and you can click the retry button like this. Now that one was for this third one, and it will try to republish it. When you click the Manage Accounts button, you will see that you have 5 different options. It's turned off by default. If you set it to bronze, and again, there's no fee to this. This is all free. If you set it to bronze, what it's going to do is when you have a listing, it's going to automatically take that listing as soon as we import it from the MLS into our systems, which is within 15 seconds of it being listed in the MLS. It will automatically create a post and post it for you on your Facebook. If you set it to silver, then it will do all of the listings for all of the agents. So every time a new Realty Texas listing is generated, it will automatically post it to your socials. Gold is we have daily social posts. Daily social posts are all of the content calendar that we've created for you on your social dashboard. If you go to your dashboard and you look, you'll see that there's a whole list of social posts that go along with our Realty Texas content calendar. So in here, you will see our Realty Texas content calendar, and it has all of these social posts are designed to go out on a specific day, whether it's Thanksgiving Day, a holiday, whatever it is. We have 30 a month, so every day it will automatically post this with whatever text that we have that goes along with that particular post. And we again train on this in our blast lab. So your social system here is automatically posting, if you set to platinum, all the Realty Texas listings and all the social posts that we've created for you, and they're automatically being posted to your different social pages. And you get to set up what pages you want to configure. So I'm going to go to manage accounts. When you click connect Facebook, it'll walk you through a wizard, and you just grant it the rights, and it will ask you which page you want to have it post to. Instagram and Facebook both. And so you walk through that wizard, it'll set it up, and then it'll just automatically start posting. So everything is being posted for you. So you're sharing the listings to your social, which now gives you a lot of backlinks and a lot of clicks to your website, because all of these will lead back to your Realty Texas IDX website, because that's where these listings live. So it's posting the listing on your social, and they click it and it goes back to that listing on the IDX site. So it's lead generation, it's exposure for the listings, it's content for your spheres, and you have the ability to actually even create custom ones if you want to. So this is not designed as a class to teach you how to do it. It's to remind you that it's here and you really should have it turned on. And if there are things that you would like us to add to it, we can certainly add to it. Most of you have it turned on. Sharon. Sharon, you have your hand up?
Yes, I was wondering if we can add our YouTube to this type of situation where it automatically posts
Yep.
one of them to a YouTube
So
page.
right now we have it creating reels and posting reels to your site, which are videos, and it's posting just regular posts for the listings. Our next addition is going to be LinkedIn, and then it's going to be TikTok, and then it's going to be YouTube. So we're getting there. Over the next month or so, we should have this expanded to all your different socials. So as we add additional ones, you'll have to go and approve them. But it just takes a second to do it. So right now it's Instagram and Facebook only, the integrations. We have to become an app developer for each one of these sites, go through all of their permissions and set it all up. And it's a couple day project for each one that we turn on. So we've got some things that are ahead of that on our development cycle, but we will be looping back around to that in time. So the beauty and the importance of showing up to the Blast Lab is that you don't have to think about what you're going to do that week. You just show up and it gets done. Because the idea is that Tina and Bryce have met with Kylie at Key Title and met with me at the beginning of the month. We create an entire 30-day content calendar. So right now we're working on August content calendar. We create posts for every single day. They get personally approved by me. I suggest edits. It goes back to the art department, and then it gets pushed out. And then They set it up on what day it's going to get sent. We use AI to put the text, so the text shows up in the post already, so it's completely done for you. So there's an entire engine that's going on behind the scenes here that is curating and creating the blast lab. So when you show up, it's today we're going to do a blog. We're going to send out a featured listing, and today's the first Monday, so we're sending out our newsletter. So you don't have to think about it. You just show up, and it automatically gets done, so that your marketing is an hour a day. And most people are in and out of Blast Lab in about 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, you're doing 5 marketing pieces a day. And that stacks up. That's cumulative. Over the course of a year, think about that, 5 days a week, you've got 400 or so posts, times 5, because we're doing 5 a day. That's a lot. It's a lot of newsletters. It's a lot of emails. That's a lot of blog posts and SMSs, etc. So that's why we've set that up for you, to give you a place to just show up and get it done. Because I know that you've got all the good intentions to send out the newsletters and all the good intentions to be posting all of this stuff, but things get in the way. And so it's hard enough for us to have the time to make our phone calls. So the more that I can do on the back end administratively to give you the tools to get it done for you, the better, right? It's better all around. And it's just a free tool that's here at the company that you can plug into that keeps you top of mind. So the beginning of today was a little bit about mindset, about when you're creating a referral-based business, it's more than just phone calls. It's also getting other content out to them. And if you want to do farming of a neighborhood, then that's a whole other topic. 8x8 campaigns for those of you who want to really farm a neighborhood and get to know that neighborhood well. I always recommend, if you're going to farm a neighborhood, find one you love, buy a house in there, make that your community, run for a position on the HOA board. If there is no HOA, create a voluntary HOA or a neighborhood watch. I've been the president of my HOA for the last 15 years. It's a very good position to act as a leader in front of the neighborhood and not throw in their face that you're a real estate agent, but don't also ever let them forget it. Kim Dale is been on the a secretary for her HOA for who knows how many years. It's a perfect position because she gets to control the newsletter and send out a monthly newsletter. Her mom does her monthly newsletter for her. She's doing events, and her farm is her neighborhood. Same thing as Isolette, Daily, Down, and Trace, and others. So if you really want to farm a neighborhood, that is a whole other conversation that we're going to be having in Mega. And as part of your referral-based business, your why. What are you trying to accomplish with your business? Because with no why, there's no way for you to understand your unique value proposition. And without a value proposition and a true mission statement, you don't have an anchor in your business that's going to have gravitational pull to the promises that you've made and holding yourself accountable for them. Accountability is big just for you making your calls, but also accountability for you to stay true to your mission, who it is that you're trying to serve, who you're trying to help, and what it is you're trying to accomplish with your business other than just make $1 million a year. And so when you lose your why in your business, why you're in this business, you start losing your way and your business starts feeling a little bit scattered and a little bit lost. Your vision board that you have above your monitor that Lisa's going to be helping you create during Mega Minis is probably the biggest anchor you have that's really going to help keep you centered of your why. What drives you? What are your passions? What legacy do you want to leave behind? And how do you want to remember it? And the why, it has to be bigger than the excuses that you have to not do certain tasks. So it has to be profound. It has to be big. Okay, we're going to do a breakout session right before lunch. There is no wrong way to ask for referrals. There is no right way to ask for referrals as long as you are actually asking for the referrals. But you have to find a way to ask. And I want you to come out of your breakout session hearing from your fellow classmates about how they're asking for referrals. And this might be a little uncomfortable because maybe you're still trying to figure it out yourself. But the idea here is to hear from a lot of you, hear from every single one of you. So in your group, the captain's job, and this is for 100 breakout points. So this is a lot of points here of the best script that you hear. And in over the course of Mega, there's sometimes that groups come out with some pretty cool stuff. So now you're going to be able to do a think tank. So this is the Realty Texas Mega 18 think tank of you coming up with the very best way to ask your spheres for referrals. And we have a couple of examples here. So I'm going to put you in groups of 5. I want you to write it down because you're going to take this when the time runs out. You're going to go directly to lunch. We're going to come back from lunch. And when we come out from lunch on the other side, we're going to go directly into hearing from your breakout captains, which is going to give you a little bit more time to even think about this. So again, go in your breakout session, finish out this 10 minutes, go to lunch. We'll come back at 1:05 and directly come into our hearing from our captains. Thank you all. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is 1:06. We left lunch in breakout sessions and we came back out of our breakout sessions. So let's start with our captain from group 1. Who is our group 1 breakout captain? Brittany, Joe, Renee, Swetha.
I'm the captain.
Joe, are you the captain? All right, great. Thank you.
Hello.
All right. Joe, are you the captain?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay, so what'd your group come up with?
Mostly doing asking them in Facebook, texting, calls. The most important is to ask for a referral. A lot of people forget to ask for referrals. But when you meet somebody, you gotta build value first, ask them how they're doing, how's the family. And then once you make some connection, show them that they're valuable to you, then you ask for a referral. Like, hey, can you help me out? Ask for help.
And what script, specifically, what script did you guys come out was the best way to ask?
Yeah, mostly, do you know anyone looking to downsize or move up? That's the one.
Okay. All right. Thank you, group 1. Group 2, Jeanette, Leor, Mary, what'd you come up with? Who's our group captain out of group 2?
That is me. So we talked about a couple of scenarios. One, if you have gone through the Ford script with somebody that you know out of your sphere of influence. So the script for that we kind of came to together is so if I was talking to you, Jack, so Jack, before I let you go, as you know, it takes a community to be successful in real estate. And so it would mean the world to me if when somebody brings up real estate, they're buying, selling, or renting, you would think of me as a referral.
You bet it will, Leor.
Yeah, and the second thing we talked about, and relating to that, Jeanette also brought up that during COVID, she didn't work for 4 months and actually posted a request for people's help, not being afraid to ask for help on social media and be vulnerable. The second thing is we talked about is when you are working with the client actively while you're under contract with them, while the transaction's going on, once during the transaction, maybe asking them how they've been, if they've been seeing value in you and your services, see what can be improved, and then asking for a referral as well as at when they close.
Okay. I love it, Leor. Thank you, group two. Okay, we are trying to find the best way for them. We're trying to find the best way for the action that we're looking for, the actual referral make it to us. So how do we ask so that it happens exactly the way we need it to happen? We're getting really close. We're asking for the referrals. Um, what have you come up with group three? Renee, you're the only one that's left in group three because some people came out to lunch and they didn't make it back to the group. So I'm not sure what happened there.
Well, I am the captain.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Okay, so we did come up with like it all depends on the scenario of how you worked with your clients, or like if you're in conversation too, and also is asking for the help while you're trying to close the deal with the referral part. Um, but we did come up with one um script. And it says, I'm so grateful for the opportunity on helping you find your new home. I would love for you to help me as my business is growing to continue, or as my business continues to grow, and you are such an amazing client. I love for you in conversation with anyone you have, if you can refer my name out and let them know that you sent them my way. I would really appreciate it so much.
Okay, good. Thank you, Renee. Awesome. All right, so we're getting to the nuts and bolts. We're asking people for help. Thank you, Renee. Good job. Group four, Jasita Mohammed. Who's the captain out of group four? What'd you come up with? Get me excited. Get me excited about using your real estate services.
I think I'll be the group captain for this one. I don't know if Josita's there, but so what we did was to get that referral, we just, every Jacinta said that everybody knows at least 7 people. So, start out like that. You're bound to find a referral if you just ask everybody, because they know other people too. So I also said, take care of them and they'll take care of you. That's kind of what we were talking about on the first mega is you have to build your relationships, take care of them to get these referrals because if you abandon those relationships, you're not going to get those referrals. And then just ask if they know, if they know anybody looking, buying, selling, or leasing. And a script that we found out was after using the Ford script, just say, hey, your referrals mean the world to me. It's how I grow my business. Do you know of anybody looking to buy or sell or lease real estate? So that's kind of what we got.
Okay, thank you, Bertie. All right. I am so glad we're doing this exercise because we are going to
Bertie.
look at this a little bit different. So good job, Bertie. Group five. Who is my captain out of group five?
That would be me.
All right, Jennifer, get me excited.
Okay, let's see. So after using the Ford script, we want to transition into asking for the referral. So what we came up with is it's been great chatting up with you. Since my business grows almost entirely through referrals from people who know and trust me, it's also how I help my community. I always like to ask, has anyone in your circle mentioned needing a little more space or wanting to downsize, moving for work, or thinking about buying or selling? Even if it's just someone who's talking about it casually, I'd love an introduction, and I'll make sure that they're well taken care of.
Ooh, I think that was pretty powerful, Jennifer. You asked a very specific question, and hopefully you get a very specific answer back. That is what I'm looking for. Good job. Group six, Amrit, Anna, Cheryl, and Selva.
Hello, I was the captain. So we talked about a lot of the same things that the group talked about, we're referral-based business, this would mean the world. But Amrit said something that I thought was really interesting. The other three in our group were all kind of saying, like, we don't feel like this is our strong suit, like we do it, but it doesn't feel natural. And Amrit really talked about the mindset of like just assuming that everybody has a referral for you. And he change the language from do you know anyone to who do you know that's looking to buy or sell real estate. So saying something as simple as, Thank you so much for helping me with your home purchase. Who else do you know that's looking to buy or sell a home? It would mean so much if you would introduce me to them. And those two things that we were talking about saying who and then asking for the introduction rather than calling it a referral, I feel like are really powerful.
I like it. All right, so we know that there's points on the line here. So what you said was great. Thank you, Amrit, also for your insight on this as well. I've given you the wrong poll. That is something that you'll see in Mega 12, not today. I need, oh, okay. I'm gonna get out of this altogether. Okay, there we go. All right, Mega breakout session? Yes, this one. All right, there we go. We're looking for a couple more people. Okay, that does it. It's impossible for anyone else to win. Group 5 has it. All right, Lisa, so you need to find out who is in group 5. I know you can see 4 people. I think that's it. Raul, Jennifer, Harshita, and Caroline.
Carolyn, Ashita, Jennifer, and Raul.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. All right, so I want to double down on what Amrit said. If you know someone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, your referral would mean the world to me. And by the way, who do you know? A couple, I think it was Wednesday's class of last week. We talked about the toothache. What happens if, what would you tell me if I asked you, if I told you I had a toothache, what would you tell me? And some of you said, you need to go to a dentist. I'm sorry, empathy, that kind of thing. And I asked, well, do you have a dentist? And you said, yes. And I said, why didn't you refer me your dentist? And you said, oh, well, I guess I didn't think to. And what I didn't ask is, do you want your dentist to fail? Do you not like your dentist? Do you, all the things, right? You're like, no, I mean, I would love for them to be successful. The thing is that our brains are not wired the way we think it's wired. Our brains are not wired that people are going to be able to guess how we need help. And even when we ask, if we don't ask the right question, we're not going to get the right response. And this all has to do with the synapses and the way your brain is wired. If you ask someone a question, then future, past, and present doesn't get scanned altogether. So if you ask, if you ever know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, could you call me? And their mind is set to the future and they're picturing themselves having a conversation with someone in the future. And they think, okay, yeah. But then if you turn around and ask them, by the way, do you know someone? Then now they do a peripheral scan and they think differently. Oh, actually, I think I do know someone actually. I don't know why I didn't even think about them. So we have to ask the right question if you want a referral. But you need both questions to be asked. So who do you know right now is different than, hey, in the future, when someone's having a conversation about buying, selling, and leasing a home, if you would let me know who that person is, it would mean the world to me because my referrals and my client base in my village put foods on my table and it means the world to me. It keeps me in business. Referrals, like the referrals that you can send me, keeps me in business. However, you want to have that conversation, how you frame this in their mind matters about who they know right now and in the future. It needs to be both. And so on the first ask, the first time you ask them, and then reminder asks can be different. But the first time, if you know anyone looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me and let me know? Your referrals would mean the world to me. And they say, of course, I'd be happy to. Thank you so much. Client referrals are my number one source of business, so without them, my business would not be thriving. So really, it does mean the world to me. They need to understand the impact that it has on you and that it really makes a difference. People want to help you, you need to tell them how. If you go around telling everyone, I'm so busy and how are you? "Oh, I'm just so busy." How are they going to help you? If you're going around telling everyone, oh my gosh, I'm so busy. How are you? I'm just so busy. How are they going to help you? Renee.
That made me think of something I've been saying at the bottom of my thank you notes I've been writing to people, where I say, thank you for letting me be part of your real estate journey. I am never too busy for your friends, family, and coworkers who might need real estate advice, so please pass my name along.
1,000,000%.
Making sure people know you're not too busy.
Because if you're communicating to everyone how busy you are, how are they going to help you? Someone say it.
By not adding to your to-do list, by not giving you more to do.
Yeah, they're not going to bother you. They're not going to give you referrals. And is that what you want?
No,
Probably not. It's the exact opposite. So,
because they're going to think that you don't have time to take care of whoever they refer you to, so they're just going to pass by you.
and not as a punishment, as trying to help you because they want the best for you. And if you're so busy, they want you to have some peace and they're trying to give you peace. But likely the very best way they could help you is by giving you a referral so that you could focus on that and be less busy by helping one person buy and sell a lease a home because maybe you're busy prospecting in all the wrong places. I don't know, but the reality is how we ask and how we talk about our business and what we ask for help and how we ask for help matters. So people want to help us, and if we tell them how to help us, it makes it easier for them to help us because they want to help you. Your spheres want to help you. And the easier you make it for them, and when you reinforce it by being grateful and thankful when they do, and you take them to lunch or you send them a sugar wish and a handwritten thank you card, letting them know how how meaningful and important those referrals are, whether or not those materialize into anything. You're not going to reward them based on a successful transaction, although you will. You're going to reward them based on the act of giving you a referral because you need that plus many, many more. So the first one is in your mind, when you're in the future and you hear someone talking about real estate, please call me. Because Renee, what I would do differently in that card is I don't want them to pass my card on. I want them to call me and tell me who. I want them to call me because there's a much better likelihood that they're going to call me and say, hey, I was at a meeting the other day and I was talking to my friend Sam, and Sam said that he was looking to buy a home. Awesome. That's amazing. Thank you. Now, how do we get connected with Sam? You have a much better, so when you're talking about getting referrals, the very best way is for that person to call you and let you know who they are. Because if you just have them hand out your card, there's a 25% chance that person with holding your card is going to ever call you. And so it's better if that person themselves calls you. So if you know someone that's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home, would you call me? And it's
Yeah, I'll work
specific,
on rewording that then, but I appreciate the constructive criticism.
not criticism at all, because you're
Constructive
asking,
advice. I appreciate the constructive advice on how to change it.
yeah, yeah. So the idea is how can we get a solid flow? And I know you're getting referrals from them, so it's working. It's obviously working. Um, But I want you guys to put concentrated effort into exactly what you're asking for so that you get exactly what you intend to get from it. So, yes, this is our village. These are people we already know. These are people that you've probably known your entire life. And you're asking them, look, village, I need your help. I need you to let me know every time someone's looking to buy, sell, or lease a home. And then you also, in earnest, need to be figuring out how can I help you? And if they're in a self-employed situation, that's great because they know exactly what you're going through and they're looking for referrals just as much as you are. And then down the road, as you're asking, you're talking to them in the future, because we're going to have this conversation every single time, then it's all about any one of these scripts that you guys come up with. When you know, if you know someone, when you know someone, all these things. Here is about 10 different versions of this, but you need to find one that is your voice, that is going to be your script, and I need you to write it down. I need your verbatim script about how you're going to ask for referrals in your business as part of our homework assignment and put it in Teams. And then that is going to need to be memorized verbatim so that you continue asking the same thing. And remember, you're going to get what you're asking for. So, do you want them just to remember you when they hear someone is buying, selling, or leasing a home? Hey, can you think of me? Thinking of you is probably what they'll do, but you want it to be greater than that. You want them to take the next act, which is actually reach out to you and let you know who they are, and that's very different. So think about what you're really asking them to do and what you really need them to do, and so that you at least get the right message to them. And if you're sending the wrong message, you just might, well, end up getting that, and that might not ultimately be what you're looking for. Okay. Your mission statement. You guys worked on this a little bit already, and maybe you thought you were done with that project. Maybe you knew it was coming, but it is not over yet. So Lisa sat with you last Friday, I think. Maybe it was Wednesday, and worked on your mission statements a little bit. It was the first introductory out the gate of a mission statement. We're going to finish up that today, and then as homework, we're going to finish it up one last time. This way, you had some thought in it, some time's passed, and then we brought it up again. You spent a little bit more time on it, and then a little bit more time has passed. Every agent needs a mission statement. The company has one. Your lender should have one. Your title company should have one. And when you're working with the trade, you should ask them, what is your mission statement? Because I want to know what to hold you accountable for. Why are you in business? What are you trying to accomplish with what your business is? And are we on the same page uh, with the level of care that we're going to give our customers? Because not everyone is going to have the same level of care. You should know the mission statement for the brokerage, your lender, the title company, and all the partners that you affiliate with so that you can hold them accountability for that promise. Because if you're going to put their name on your business, you should know why they're in business. A mission statement is very telling. It reflects all of that concentrated effort that all of us, them, you, has put into the business. It reflects, well, it should reflect your values, why you're in business, what you're trying to accomplish with the business, and an opportunity to see their published mission of their business to see if it aligns with you and your business. All about accountability. So if you're going to align yourself with another business entity, is why they're in business, does that matter? Of course it does. So Realty Texas, as part of our homework, by the way, I asked you guys to read these. I'm hoping that you all did. It was in the email that I sent. These are the Realty Texas promise. This is what's in our policy, our mission statement, our promise about us. How are we unique? Why choose Realty Texas? And our diversity. So, our mission is to provide the best buying, selling, and leasing experience industry wide, period. Profession wide, that no one is going to provide a better level of service than we are, that we want to provide the best, not second best. And quite frankly, I'm not in this to be second best. And I hope that you're not in this to be second best either. It's a lofty goal to provide the best experience industry wide because there are millions of good realtors out there. Literally 1.45, I think, right now, just under 1.5 is the last numbers, and tens of thousands of different firms. The goal is to be the best, not second best. Our promise, and I'm hoping that you read all of these all the way through to get an idea of what your promise is, under a real estate brokerage that has that promise and how that aligns with you. In your own business, we provide a mission statement field for you that displays on your own websites so that your clients and the people that you work with, you're part of your team, can understand how to hold you accountable for the promises that you make. A mission statement is usually about 29 words. 29 words or less. How many of you feel like your mission statement is complete? How many of you feel like you got some work to do on it? Okay, so this is good. So part of your mission is your goal in your business. Working with intention. It's concentrated and a deliberate approach to understand your customer, understand your business, understand your why, and deliver services that solve a problem. And what problem are you trying to solve with your business? And that might be a more difficult question to ask and answer now, but on day one, in the mindset class that we took last week, and after today's class, we are very much now into the nuts and bolts, and we're jumping right into contract and listings and buyer rep agreements and scripts and nuts and bolts of real estate. So this is our last day to really focus on the planning of our business, and that's something that should be important to you. Your why, the why, and what you're trying to accomplish with your business. Many of you in the very beginning said, I want to help first-time home buyers. I want to help people for women who are first-time home buyers, single women, something important to me. A lot of you mentioned different things that you were trying to accomplish with your business. Of course, you want to help everyone, but everyone has this kind of thing that they're really passionate about in their business. And I can tell you that there's money to be made in niches. When your customer is ideal, that becomes possibly problematic. When your business is more centralized on a specific competency, that's a little different. I specialize in a market, or I specialize in farm and ranch, or I specialize in residential listings. I'm primarily a listing agent, but I help buyers too. You got to have some kind of niche, and most niches that really work out well for agents are geographic in nature. I work in the 360 building downtown. I work in condos downtown Austin. I work in farm and ranch in the suburbs and outside the metro areas. I work on, residential homes. I work on commercial. That niche is an important one. It's where most agents find the most money. We're not going to do this in the same way, but we talked about this earlier in Mega 2 about in everything you do, consider the end. When you're thinking about your business plan, sometimes thinking about the end and then playing it from in reverse order can kind of help you with understanding what your mission really is by asking the question, what do you want people to say about you on your epitaph, on your, or what do you want people to say about you when you're gone? What do you want people to say about your business when you're gone? After all of this, what was it all for? And sometimes that also helps you put it together. An average length of a mission statement is 29 words. And the most common words are, and you had this on your sheet already, mission, value, customers, service, technology, help, quality, products. 85% of missions talk about the company's dedication to its customers. This is not supposed to be just what sounds good to attract people. It's really supposed to be about what you're trying to accomplish with your business. What problem are you trying to solve? Where are you taking your business? What is your primary goal? In session 12, we learned that a successful salesperson doesn't happen by accident. And if you operate without a goal or a plan, we call that faking it. Remember, TK Dixon, I shared that story about him running around his house trying to find a phone charger and was doing laundry and doing kitchen dishes and running around his house and got back to his desk and forgot why he actually got up in the first place because there's no plan, let alone power hour or any of that. So our mission is supposed to help us when we wake up and understand why it is that we're doing this, keep us on track. And someone should call you out for your mission, and that shouldn't make you frustrated. It actually should make you grounded in feeling a little bit more proud about your business and saying, you know what, you're right. I'm not on my mission and I need to be because this mission is important to me. So I'm going to put you in groups and I want you guys to talk in small groups about your mission. I want you to hear from others about their mission. And then we're going to spend 10 minutes after that. So I want you to spend 8 minutes sharing your mission, hearing missions from other people. So go dust it off because it's got to be found because you're going to need it here in about 3 minutes. And I want everyone to hear in your group your mission. And then once we come out of that breakout session, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to focus on it, uninterrupted, quiet time. I want you to spend 10 more minutes after hearing from other people. So sometimes words really grab you and the word you really like, it paints a good picture because it should be less than 29 words. It should be a short mission statement. It should not be complicated and long. It should be 30-ish word or less mission statement. It can be more, but the average one is 29 words or less. So first, we're going to go into a breakout session for 8 minutes and hear each other's mission statements. And someone is going to be a group captain and come out from the group. And I want you to jot down some words that you heard in those missions that really stuck out at you. Could be any word that just painted a beautiful picture in your mind that thought, you know what, that's a really good word to include in a mission. And then bring that back to the group. Then you're going to hear all of those words, which maybe give you some more inspiration for your own. And then we'll do it 10 minutes. Self-study, mission. And then you're going to post your mission statements into the Teams chat. Okay, most of you had 5 or 6 people in your group, so I gave you 2 minutes per person to share your mission and then a little bit of time to speak about it. So you probably had about 30 to 45 seconds to spare after all of this was done. So let's start with our group 1 spokesperson. Who is the spokesperson out of group 1? Anna, Hershita, Renee, Selva, Sharon,
It's me,
Veronica.
but you can hear that in the background, and I'm going to try to concentrate to talk, but it's bad. Sorry about that.
Yeah, we can't hear anything, so you're good.
Oh, he's so loud. Anyway, so we talked about our various mission statements with one another, and there's a lot of talk about people who love working with single moms, families, first-time home buyers, land, military relocation, etc. And then there was a lot of talk about, well, how do we preserve who we really want to be working with without just singling out that group and making it to where we exclude other people who might want to use our services because they think we don't do that. So that was, I think, almost the majority of the time that we were in there, we talked about ways we could do that. And it inspired me to rewrite my mission statement while we were in there. So, I mean, yeah, I think it was very inspiring. I think everyone had their own ideas. Most of us realized we probably wrote our original mission statements just a tad bit too long, and it needed to be more short, concise, and to the point. Because I know that my original one was probably 60 words, 65 words long, and that's entirely too long. So, am I missing anything that I need to be going over with you?
Give me 5 or less words that you heard that were inspiring words that you heard people say.
Advocate, um, serve, uh, something about communities, families. That's about all I'm coming up with that was pretty common words.
Okay, good. Thank you, Renee. Good job. Group two, Brittany, Joe, Leor, and Renee Alvarado and Sherry. Who's our captain out of two? I am. Was very quiet. Oh, Brittany. Hello, Brittany. Okay.
A lot of good statements. I kind of just went and wrote down some of, like, took a little bit from everybody's. So can you guys hear me, by the way?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. So to start is I strive to create meaningful relationships and deliver a level of care that extends far beyond the transaction. And then we have I strive to treat my clients' goals as my own and make sure my clients never have to guess their next steps. And then approach every opportunity with the mindset of never settling for average. And then some words were ethics, integrity, honesty, and positive.
Okay, I like it. Good job, Brittany. Excellent job. All right, thank you. I take good notes on your group. Group three, Caroline, Cheryl, Deja, Dulce, and Jennifer. Who's the captain?
That would be me.
All right,
All
Caroline.
right.
What are your 5 words?
So from mostly everyone, yeah, I was gonna pull some of the words. So we have achieving dreams, coordination and orchestration of relieving stress off of our clients and protection. We have seamless, specialists, exceptional services, confidence in finding homes and experience, and a lot of empathy. Then there's serving others, helping others find a smooth transaction. And then we have Austin, born and raised, bilingual, guidance, strong negotiations, striving to make a smooth process, empowerment, and achieving goals. And then for me, I had, you know, uh, mission goes beyond completing the transaction. It's a fiduciary relationship, unwavering commitment, working to ensure goals are heard and fully represented and protected, placing the interest at the hearts of every decision. So those are just some of the words we all were bonding over in our statements.
Amazing. Okay. I got quite a good list from you, so thank you, Caroline. I appreciate that. Group four, Amrit, Birdie, Jeanette, Jennifer, Raul. What are your 5 words? Who's our captain?
I am. I'm the ringleader this time. So we all had very strong in our mission, trust, care, integrity, relationship based, treat people like family. We all said that we had bilingual. We all said that we all had to dig into our mission statement because they were all a little bit too long. We need to polish it and deep in deeper into the core value of our mission statement and then minimize it to where you are really using those nice words to put it in a mission and use your value proposition to extend it a little bit more for towards your services.
Okay, good words coming out of your group as well. Thank you, Jeanette. And last but least, group five. Mary, Mohammed, Suitha, Jacita. Good job, good job. Who's my captain in 5? Suitha.
Okay, go ahead.
No, who is the cap? Okay,
I thought
Mary.
it was Muhammad, but I can I can share the words that were mostly coming up. We want to add on to what everyone else is kind of already saying, but we also included building those long-term relationships, trust, excellence, results, personalizing every transactions, seamless, successful, and rewarding. So that's what we're adding on to our mission statement. So it kind of came from a little bit from everybody. So
Okay, so this is what I'm doing. I am putting in the chat what I heard, the words from each group. As you were speaking, I took notes. Not all of them. If I heard a duplicate word, I didn't include it again. So it's each time I heard an original word, I would add it. There might be some duplication, but it wasn't on purpose. It is 1:54. What I would like for you to do is spend the next 10 minutes on mute or not on break. We're going to go to break after, but I want you to spend 10 full minutes by yourself rewording, condensing, sharpening the pencil, and getting your message right as rain. That's 1:55, so we're going to come back at 2:05. We're all going to stay here with our videos on. Please spend this 10 minutes now as you've heard these words, as you've had your breakout session with your fellow classmates. This is the perfect time to spend this 10 minutes on your mission statement. When you are done and spend the whole 10 minutes on it, put your mission in the Teams chat. Once you have that, that's going to be your working copy. And then you're going to have one last opportunity to dust it off and improve it one more time before we take this mission statement and embed it into your Realty Texas website for the world to see. All right, I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It is 2:05. If you wouldn't mind putting your mission statements in Microsoft Teams, that would be helpful. I know a lot of you put it in the meeting chat, and that's okay, but the meeting chat disappears when the meeting ends. The team chat will stay long term. If you need a couple of minutes, we're going to be going on break, so you can spend a few minutes on break as you're finishing this up. It's 2:06, so we're going to come back at 2:16. So you're officially on break. You can keep working on this if you want, but please, before you come back at 2:16, have your mission statement where you have it now in Microsoft Teams for the group. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you back in 10 minutes. Good job. Birdie.
Is this going to be our last break of the day?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's 2:18, so we are officially back. I am looking in Teams in our Mega 18 group. Thank you, Birdie, Cheryl, Leor, Sherry, Renee. These are all excellent 1, 2 sentences. I'm liking the words I'm seeing: advocate, dedicate, honesty, integrity, ethics, professionalism, confident. Cheryl's, yours is really good.
And a tree pack plug about protecting property rights.
Never hurts. I got one of those in mine too. 100%. Okay, good. Now we're going to have one last opportunity tonight as part of your homework to ask yourself the question, is your mission adversely or inappropriately cutting off a part of the market? Are you accidentally only speaking to buyers? Are you accidentally only speaking to a specific case that makes your mission only one part of the market? Now, if that's truly what you are looking to create in your business, that's okay. But is it doing it accidentally? A lot of agents who come through Mega have a tendency to focus on buyers and their mission. And they don't necessarily do that on purpose, but it's a default that they fall to because that's when they think real estate, they think buyers. And so just look at it one last time to make sure that it is doing what it is that you meant for it to do, and that wasn't an oversight. Okay. In order to build a referral-based business, you have to have a plan. We're going to talk a lot about that plan now for the next hour. When you hear the word goal integrity, what does that bring to mind?
Code of
Ro,
ethics. Oh, sorry.
Ro,
Making
and then Sherry.
making sure that you're doing it no matter what. Integrity to me is to do the right thing when no one's looking. So that goes for your goals. When no one's looking, you still have to do it for your goals.
I like it, Ro. Sherry, and then Sharon.
It creates trust
In.
in the agent, in either party.
So I want to talk about you as a real estate agent and planning your business goal integrity for your business. What are your goals? And do you have goal integrity, which means when you plan and create a goal, what is the integrity that you have behind that goal for you and your business?
To be trustworthy. I'm not answering your question because I'm not really getting. I'm sorry.
This has nothing to do with customers. This has nothing to do with clients. This is not consumer facing. This is between you and your business. When you wear the manager hat and you set goals for your business, what does goal integrity mean when you are setting goals for your business? What does that word goal integrity mean to you then?
Follow through, relentless.
Okay, I like that. Thank you, Sharon.
I believe goal integrity is if you set a number of sales or purchases for each month, you do everything you can to honestly and fairly meet those goals. So if it's don't set the goal if you can't mainly attain the goal. So if you say you're going to sell 12 houses in a month, you better have at least 12 listings, and I would say at least 8 buyers already on the books, ready, willing, and able to go forward.
Okay, I like it. Amaret?
Jack, integrity is doing what you say and saying what you do. That's my book.
So having goal integrity means that the goal is going to materialize because you said you were going to do it. So that means that it all has to do with staying true to the original purpose and not saying, I'm going to try, saying you're going to do. Goal isn't something that you are striving to reach. It is something that you're requiring your business to meet. Do you feel the difference between those two statements? This is not a benchmark. This is your what your business needs to thrive and to succeed. And so when we talk about goal integrity, it is the promise that you made your business, and it's what you focus your attention on every single day to make sure that it happens. All the 5%ers all have a goal how much money they need to make, whether it's that they need to make 15 grand a month, 10 grand a month, which is not uncommon for a business professional. Probably more so the majority of the people that you're selling homes to probably make between 8 and 12,000 a month. It's not unusual. And you should be making that amount of money plus more because the difference between you and them likely is that they have benefits and they have a 401k and they have a employer that's paying at least some of their payroll taxes. And so then what you pay to the IRS is going to be a larger chunk of your income, your take home rather. And of course, health insurance and all of the rest. And so you need to make more money in order for you to take that money and put it aside and save for your future. So what may be 8,000 to the general public is maybe 10,500 to you. So there's a difference there. So when you set the income goal, your goal integrity is going to be the process in which that you materialize that. So let's talk about the process in which we materialize it. When we set an income goal, what do we need to do in order to make that happen? Y'all said you wanted to make $1 million, right?
Create a business
Write your business plan.
Who said business plan?
Me.
Okay. 100% correct. You have to have a plan. You have to be operating from a plan. If you're waking up every day winging it, okay, I want to make 1 million, but you have no idea how you're going to do that, it's not going to come true unless it's just dumb luck. And making $1 million is not a dumb luck kind of thing. It has to have a concentrated effort. So the goal integrity is the plan that you put together. It's the plan. The goal integrity is only as good as the plan that you create. So few realtors have a mission statement or a business plan. So why the 5% of agents do 95% of the business? The top five operate their business with a plan. And we call that plan a business plan, and it does not have to be sophisticated. You don't need to go to a business plan writer and put together a 12-page business plan that you don't even understand how to read in the first place. That's not what a business plan is for a traditional salesperson that is an owner operator. I would rather you have a set of actions that you're going to take, a set of SOPs that you promise that you're going to make on a daily, weekly, monthly, and annual basis. Now, last mega, I gave you tasks to do on a daily, weekly, monthly, annual basis, and they were inside the slides of mega. So once you are good, once you are finished with the mission statement and you have that compass, that is what's leading you north. That's your why. We're going to do mission statement, we're going to do vision statement, we're going to do business plan, and we're going to do goal board. And all of that is going to help you long after you're out of mega, even into 2027, 2028. That's going to be holding you north. In fact, one of the things that Isolette showed you in the video that she took was her goal board. And a lot of people from prior megas, they have their goal board sitting in their home offices and they see it every single day. And maybe they add things to it, maybe they subtract things when they've reached those goals and now their goals have, inched up a notch. That's wonderful, but we have to know what we're striving for. We need to know where we're headed and why we're headed there. We need to know what our company is operating for. Every year we have business planning in January, and the entire company, anyone serious about their business, should be showing up and setting their goals. Inside your .me is a goal tracker where you can put in the production and the amount of money that you want to make, and it will be tracking that every single time you have a closing. Every time you open your .me, it opens with your goal tracker, which shows you a bar graph of exactly where you are to your goals for the year. That's really helpful. That's something that Isolette has really appreciated, that she's very goal driven. And when you give her a goal, that's something that she takes very seriously. She is competing with herself and she's highly competitive and she wants to meet the goal that she set for herself. And I think that's a beautiful thing. We all need a little bit more of that. The business plan that you have, that you create, will establish your production goal. So the business plan will establish the production goal and your lead follow-up system both. Your lead follow-up system and your production goals is part of your business plan. So we have to have a plan in place for both of these items in order to determine what actions will be necessary to meet the income requirements that's necessary to reach the number, reach the goal. What is it going to take to reach that $1 million, that $500,000, whatever it is? We need to have a goal. And it starts with some kind of prospecting roadmap. I know we've talked a lot about prospecting and referrals, but now we need to know what numbers. You all picked a number and you wrote it down on a piece of paper. We divided it by the math to figure out what our hourly rate is. And so by the end of today, You should have already reached out to Gavin if you haven't already to turn on your action plans so the system can start reminding you of when to call. And then your business plan needs to have a little section on prospecting. Prospecting to the very best lead source of all time, which is your past clients. Newer agents maybe has fewer of those past clients. They've just got spheres and turning spheres into past clients. Both of those groups are the first and second best. The longer the agents, the longer that you're in business, the more past closings you have and the easier and bigger foundation you have. So it's easier, a little bit easier for you, but it's also a little bit harder sometimes because you're picking up the phone and you're calling people you haven't spoken to in a long time and reestablishing those relationships, which may be harder to do, but it has a higher value. So your CXM is your database. You know where that's located and how to find it. And Gavin is a full-time job here, wanting to show you how to make the absolute best success of your CRM. We're going to establish about what the value is of a database. We talked about the value of what your database is. 200 people in your database. Most of your referrals are worth about, most people in your database are worth about $5,000 a year for an individual contact record and $15,000 for each past sale. That's what the value is of your database. Your database is likely about $1.3 million in value if it's being properly utilized. So we need to know what the value of our database is, what the production goal is, and start building the business plan. We have Kylie at Key Title coming inside your Mega Mini, and she's going to help you with the Realty Texas business plan that we've created, which is a system that will do the math for you. You just need to plug in your goals, and it will reverse engineer those goals into very easy, actionable items, whether it's an open house, whether it's an 8x8 campaign, whether it's your phone calls to news sources, to the lead sources, and that's coming up. In fact, Lisa is not here at the moment. Business plan meeting is the third Thursday. So it's going to be next Thursday is where you're going to be meeting with Kylie about creating your business plan. Your referral-based business class, a 100% referral-based business is a reward that we get for establishing your mission, being true to your mission, building a business plan, following your business plan, and after years of hard work. Today was about finishing your mission statement. Defining your business plan is what we're going to have is coming up today and having partially that done for next week. And pulling out a pen or a pencil or your Outlook and putting the time in for your power hour after Mega. We're going to start building what our August is going to look like. So right now we're sitting at July 13th. You're going to be out of Mega on that last Friday, which means August is going to be your first month that you're going to be transitioning from being in class Monday, Wednesday, and Friday to being in the cage Monday through Friday and figuring out in the morning and the afternoon where the power hour is going to go. So showing up to your morning huddle, doing your power hour, and then setting appointments and figuring out when during the day that you can go meet appointments. So when you're talking to someone on the phone and, when do you want to see the property? And they say, well, I'm available tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm available at noon, 2, or 3. What time works for you? And then you're filling people in those gaps. Maybe you're going to be doing your calls between 11 and 12:30 and between 1 and 3, which means there's a pocket of time in the middle and the after where you can set appointments. You should be trying to set appointments naturally outside of the time that you're calling your people because servicing your client base means calling everyone in the past. Servicing your client is transactional, but servicing your database is something that you have to have in your calendar, hard coded. So I want to start seeing your schedules and your calendars for August. Once you get August fully planned out, that should be the template for the rest of the year. And the more you might be doing your power hours Monday through Thursday, because we know that Friday is not a bad time to call, but it's the time where you're going to get fewer people. And you spend Friday really preparing for your open houses and your showings, because you know that you're going to need extra time on Friday to be putting the properties, scheduling appointments, scheduling your showings, putting everything in a driving order, and also preparing for your open houses. Because it very well could be like this last weekend where many of you said you did open houses, you had showings in the morning, showings in the afternoon, and even listing appointments, and you found out how you can pack all of that in. There comes a time where you start having diminished returns because there's so much going on that you can't do it anymore. That's the time, and that's going to be around 4 to 8 million mark, where you're hopefully around 6 million start realizing you need an assistant. You're going to hire someone, whether it's part-time or full-time, or you share an assistant between a couple of agents, so that you have them fully trained so that they can help push you to the $10 million mark. 10 million in production. And then once you're at 10 million, we can double that to 20 and 30. It's much easier for me to help an agent who's doing 10 million reach 30 million than it is an agent who's closing 1 or 2 transactions to close 10 transactions. Because the person who is closing 10 million in annual production is already used to all of the full-time stuff that real estate is throwing at them. Okay, so this is about pulling our databases into the forefront, not the back. How many of you have reached out to Gavin? Okay, I'm telling you, it's time. So at the break, you should schedule time with him if you have not already turned on the action plans for making your calls. Leor.
How do I know if mine is turned on or not?
So that's a good question to ask Gavin. But when you go into CXM, in the top right corner, there's a gear. And when you click the gear, a tab pops up that's called Action Plans, and it will show you which pipelines and whether or not you have the pipelines turned on. Thing is that they're turned off by default. We don't turn them on automatically. And so you have to turn them on. And you can do it by yourself, or you can do it with Gavin, and Gavin can walk you through it. It's literally just turning a radio button on. You just push one button, and they're going to get a text message and an email, and then you're going to, boom, you're going to get a notification on your phone that it's time to start calling them. And then you just start calling through your tasks. Okay, so next week we will even be talking more about that. All right, there are 2 videos here. I know that we spoke about referrals a lot, but we're going to just go through these 2 videos. Real estate agents talking about referrals. One of them is Tom Ferry. Then I'm going to put you into groups one last time, because what is this class about? This class is about building a referral-based business. And so, of course, we're going to be talking all about referrals all day long today. There's 2 videos here from, we're going to start with this video about building a referral-based business and asking for referrals.
All right, so listen, there's no secret that we all in the real estate business, we want more referrals, right? Working with referrals is the most profitable business. It's arguably the most enjoyable business that we could work with, right? The question is, how do you get more referrals, okay? And I think that regardless of your strategy, if you follow what I teach and you're focused on creating amazing world-class sales skills and you're prospecting every day, or you're doing something else, it doesn't matter. Regardless of the strategy, at the end of the day, we're all trying to grow. I hope you are doing this. We're all trying to grow a database that one day our business is growing 100% by referrals, and that is what we all want, okay? Now, not only do we all want that, again, it goes back down to, well, how do we generate more of them? Because I think what we see in the industry certainly is the waiting strategy. We've got the phone and we're sitting looking at the phone. Nobody's calling you. We've got to do something. We have to play offense to go out into the marketplace and generate referrals. So let me teach you how. Generating referrals starts at the beginning of the sales process, not at the end. Okay, so a lot of real estate gurus or trainers or sales people, they want to teach us, hey, when's the best time to ask for referrals? At the end of the transaction, when things go well, you're sitting at the closing table, that's when they're telling us, that's when you ask for a referral. Well, in my experience, yes, you should continue to do that, but I believe that it starts way in the beginning of the sales process. Let me give you an example. And then after I give you this example, I'm going to give you specific tactical things for you to take notes. And then when you're done watching this video, go back into your business and execute on the strategies I'm going to give you guys today. All right. So starting at the beginning of the process, you sit down with a prospective seller. You're interviewing to take a new listing. You're having a conversation with the prospect about it possibly being a good fit. Because if you've been following me for any length of time, you know that I teach something called reverse selling. Reverse selling has everything to do with evening the playing field. You're interviewing the seller as much as they're interviewing you to make sure there's a good partnership, there's a good fit, that you get the listing at the right price, at the right compensation, under the right terms, so that you could provide your clients a world-class experience. Now, at that interview, you're going to use this script. You're going to say, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it is my goal to provide you such an amazing experience selling your property that when we're sitting at the closing table and I pull out the check at the closing table from the title company and I hand you over that check, that I want you to look back on this experience and I want it to be so positive. And I want you to say to yourself, Brandon, you did everything you said you were going to do. So much so that you feel confident and comfortable referring me to your friends and family in the future. Would that be fair? And the prospect always says, oh my gosh, of course. If you do a great job for us, Brandon, we have no problem, passing your name along to our friends.
Do you remember when I said that all the narcissists in the markets, they get the best results because they really know how to ask for referrals? Here's an example of it. And a lot of you are thinking, I can't have that conversation with my seller at the table. That's way too forward. I can tell you that those people are fearless about it. They're having these conversations at the kitchen table and they're getting 10 times the amount of referrals. I had a real estate agent in California 30 years ago hand me an envelope and said, look, I'm going to be working with you for the next 30 days, which means I'm not going to have time to be finding my clients. So I need you to help me with that. I would like you to give me 3 names of people that you know that could benefit from my services. And asked me to write down 3 names. Handed me a card and said, write down 3 names. And I did. And I remember that to this day, but I was not offended by it. But I got it immediately. I was like, all right, this person's going to be spending their time with me and they need my help with this so that they can focus directly on me. And it kind of made sense. That made sense to me. What he's saying is when we start asking for referrals, we need to at the beginning. Now, it could be a lighter ask. It could be at the table, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, it's my goal that we develop such a good relationship and I wow you with my services so much that you refer me to all your family and friends. And then I become your trusted real estate advisor for life because I build relationships for life. That is, a less in your face approach about it, but I'm going to give you this video. There's actually some really good tips, but this is too long of a video to watch the whole thing. Between 6 minutes and 8 minutes between those two in this video, there's a lot of really good tips that he's giving about talking about how you can ask in different ways you can bring up over the course of the relationship. But what he's saying is don't wait until the end and not have any conversation about referrals until the end and then mention it at the closing table. We should at least 3 times through the transaction let them know that this is something that's important to us, and if they would be willing, a referral would really change your life. Now, you start realizing that the journey in real estate here, at every vantage point, we're asking for referrals. So our mind is flipping from how can we help everyone, to how can we help everyone and leverage their help in our business and have them help us in our business. The Barbara McLaughlins in the world, the agents who really lead with a green personality type, which we're going to be talking about on Wednesday. The colors, different personality colors. Um, they struggle the most with being vulnerable and asking. Statistically, your best salespeople ask 3 times. Some are a lot more forceful about it, some are a little bit less, but you should at 3 times during the beginning, when you're transacting with someone, 3 times. Outside of transacting, every time you speak with them on the phone, which should be at least 2 calls. Now, here's Tom Ferry. Now, this is probably something more your speed in different things that you can do to try to get referrals. And these are all value based. One of which I gave you as an example when we call in the beginning of the year and the mid year about the CMA. One of those is tucked in here.
Today, we're looking at 5 different ways to wow your database and generate more referrals naturally. For over 20 years, I've dedicated my life to bringing you the very best selling, marketing, and business building strategies to keep your business thriving. Get ready to experience the success you've been searching for. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show. Welcome to the Tom Ferry Show, episode 135. Today, we're talking about 5 ways you can wow your database and create more referrals naturally. Let's take a look at the list. The number one thing I would ask you to do is basically educate your customers, every single person in your database, on the real value of their home. Think about it. How many times have we discussed on the Tom Ferry Show? What's the number one question you get? Hey, you're in the real estate business. How's the market? If you're thinking about your friends, your past customers, the people in your sphere, they're going to naturally be curious about the value of their home. So what a wonderful way to surprise and delight them without asking, do you want it? But instead, putting together and mailing 5 CMAs a day. 5 CMAs a day. Think about the production to make this happen. 5 CMAs a day where we're going to educate them. Some beautiful stats. Here's what's going on. Here's what's happening with prices. Don't overwhelm them. If you use Google Analytics as we do, or Fitbit as an example, every week or every month, they give you a couple numbers to think about. This is how many steps you've had. This is how many people went to your website. And it's beautiful and simple. Big graph, couple little numbers. Don't overwhelm them. Beautifully educate them. Obviously, you want to give them a range of the value of their home. So here's what's happening. Here's what's recently sold. Here's what's pending. Here's what's going on. And you give them a range. You don't want to say it's worth this, but a range. And again, the thing you want to stress, that I want to stress to you, is you want to educate them on the value of their home without them asking. That it just shows up in the mail in some beautiful package and they're wowed by it, which is my last point. Make it coffee table worthy. What if it was so fantastic that they sit it on their coffee table, and as their friends are like, oh, hey, what's that? Oh, my agent Jillian sent me this. Check it out. Here's what's going on in the marketplace. And, it's just kind of interesting because, we can all go to those websites, but my agent went out of her way to put together this beautiful package and let me know what's going on. That's a game changer. That's how you wow the customer versus sending them a marketing piece and saying, curious about the value of your home, reach out and I will take the time to do it for you. You want to be proactive between now and the end of the year and educate them. Let's look at number 2. We want to follow up in the same sequence, the same order, send on Monday, follow up on those 5 on Monday, by shooting a BombBomb video or an iPhone video, whatever you use. And the script would be something like, hey, Tom, I was thinking about you and I thought everybody wants to know the value of their home and everybody's always asking me, hey, Tom, you're in real estate, how's the market? And imagine I'm doing it like this, like, hey, I just want to reach out, Mark, and say thank you so much. I've just been thinking about you. And, the number one question I get is, hey, Tom, how's the market? And the number 2 question is, what's the value of my home? And I thought it'd be great that I just put it together for you. And so I hope you took the time to review that and you have a little more understanding of what's going on inside the marketplace. If you've got any questions, I'm always here for you. Look forward to seeing you soon. Boom, video ends. Now, I'm a huge fan of BombBomb. If I send it out that way, I'm going to know, bing, they opened it, and bing, they watched the video. That's always good. Then I can follow up with a text or a phone call. Either one is great. And then, of course, if you think about really this, I mail them this, I follow up. I'm conditioning them to say, hey, look, I'm sending you something of value. I'm following up and reaching out. And what we know, thinking about a few weeks ago, one of our great clients, Jay Glazer from New York City, came out to Southern California to work on some relationships with West Coast brokers. And we were chatting as we were walking out of the restaurant. He said, Tom, you know, I've kind of thought about that video thing a bunch, and it's amazing. I started sending some of those videos, and then people were sending videos back to me, and it's insanely great, the experience. And I said, Jay, remember, we have 5 senses. Now, I know some of you have 6 senses, but the rest of us, we have 5. And if I'm calling you over the phone or sending you a text, I'm only activating one of those senses. If I go to video, I've got 2 senses. That's 100% improvement of how they're able to interpret your message. Cannot stress to you enough the power of video. Let's go to number 3. Number 3, if I really want to wow my customers and ultimately get an opportunity to generate more referrals, maybe naturally without even asking, schedule a holiday party. I'm talking to a whole bunch of my personal clients about this. Most of them, they do it annually. Some do a summertime, Del Mar racetrack party, and others do a holiday party, right, around the end of the year. My whole question for you is, what's right for you? And then what's the theme? Should you have some sponsors there? Your mortgage company, maybe it's a great restaurant in town, maybe it's someone else, your CPA, someone that would want to do more business and they would absolutely be a part of it and maybe contribute somewhat to the budget. And then what's the ideal location? Your house, a big open house? We have clients in Phoenix, Arizona that will take a monster new listing and basically say to their client, hey, let's throw a mega open house. They invite all their customers and they put snow on the ground and Santa Claus as an example. Yes, in Phoenix in December. It makes it stand out, and what it really does is it creates more awareness for you, and it's a wonderful way for you to give back to all the people that are your clients and your sphere. So think about your holiday party. Number 4, create an educational experience for your database. This is something, obviously, I'm a big fan of, right? Being the knowledge broker. You've heard me talk about it a lot on the Tom Ferry Show. Whoever's bringing the most value, right, and delivering it consistently and reliable to their customer base is the one that stays top of mind, right? That's who wins. So consider this, know your customer. Do you need to have a conversation about the great transfer of wealth? What if all of your customers are boomers? And they're all thinking about, what am I going to do with my kids? Am I going to transfer it to my grandkids? That's a conversation that people are interested in. If you know your customers, you can find someone that can do a conference call, a webinar, maybe even a live seminar. But think about it, with each one of those mediums, maybe you do the live event and you record it and you put it on YouTube and you share it with your database, or you take an audio and you make it available as a podcast. The bottom line is, educate your customers. So, the great transfer of wealth, tax strategies in real estate. How about this one? Real estate investment opportunities, where you can say, I am associated with agents all over the world. And I can tell you right now, Spain, specifically Marbella, is massively undervalued for all my friends in Spain. Or you might say, gosh, right now in Nashville, home prices are X, but rent is here. This is a wonderful opportunity for you to explore and look at. The bottom line is, you know your customers. Where do they need education from the real estate professional in their world? Is it taxes? Is it bringing your CPA in? Is it the transfer of wealth? Or is it investing in real estate? Or is it home improvement? You decide. Know your customers, but be that force of education for them. And then the last one, which obviously I'm a huge fan of, community give back. Whether it's the Susan B. Komen Breast Cancer Walk, or it's a food drive where you say, hey, let's go rally and help the people in our marketplace that aren't as blessed as we are. And, it's, turkeys and food around Thanksgiving as an example. Or obviously something like Toys for Tots for the kids that were impacted by the hurricane season this year. There's so many ways that you can rally the people around you to contribute and give back. Or you can just call people and say, hey, had any thoughts of buying and selling real estate? Or, hey, I'd love a referral, who do you know? My experience is, by doing all of this, you create a wow experience, you stay top of mind, you let them know where your heart is and your head is, you give back, and referrals become more natural and automatic. So as we're sitting here in the fourth quarter, know this.
So I think calling your people twice a year, in the beginning of the year and the mid-year, talking to them about the market analysis, asking them if they have any projects coming, asking them if they're going to be having any real estate plans coming in the next year is a really good touch. Especially most people are very curious to know what the equity is in their home. And then ask them about the CMA. I gave you the scripts earlier on. It is a powerful way to start your year and the mid-year point. And those are the two touches that I recommend. So when you're making those phone calls, those are the very best phone calls to make. Now, you're going to start in January, you're going to make 5 calls a day, and you're just going to keep going until you don't have any more. And then the mid part of the year, you start over again. So hopefully you're putting in your database enough time to be able to call everyone twice a year. And if you're calling them in order, then the people who you called in January are the people who you're calling in July. And yes, you're adding to it, but it's the number of calls swiped over the entire amount. So how many calls you make a day is based on how many people you have in your database, and you eventually run out of those people, and then you're just calling leads. I'm going to put you in groups and I want you to create a list for me. Now, coming up, we have a business plan, and I'm helping you put together a business plan. It's going to be a high level business plan. We're going to dig into it a little bit more granular next Thursday with a key title. But for right now, I want to hear from you. What are some things that you said in your mind? That was a really good idea. I should do that. A couple of those ideas or things that you're doing right now for your clients that your classmates could benefit from. This is worth 100 breakout points. Okay, if you've got 30 minutes, if you've got an hour free, maybe it's time to stuff that hour worth of CMAs. But we should never not have something to do. We've got 8 hours to invest our day in work, and we should be packing that full. If we want to make the million, it's about packing that time full and always having something to do. All right, let's start with the bottom group first this time, group 5.
So as the
What
guest
stuck out at you?
speaker, we have all been guest speaker, the group speakers for today. So I just went ahead and went again. So for the first question, just some ideas that we got from that video was like just doing events. So, we said like wine night, at your house, bring people in and, just have that personal connection to them. And then I said HOA events. So you can get with an HOA plan, like if they have a pool in the neighborhood, do a pool party, like those kinds of things. And then home buyer seminar as well is a big one. So yeah, those were some of the ideas. And then what we wanted to implement was the CMA to every friend. I feel like that's just a great idea to get them educated on their property and then also keep you in mind through doing that. And then again, just parties, events, those kinds of things, just make it fun. And then educational as well, because Amrit said most agents are disconnected from bringing that value of education to their clients. So having educational spaces, the home buyer seminars and those things are super important to be connected.
Yes, and hopefully we're plugging into our Realty Texas client appreciation parties. Good job, Birdie. All right, group 4. Anna, Deja, Jennifer, Renee, Selva. Renee, pretty.
Ours was very similar. We spoke about having the community events. Renee Pretty mentioned that she was part of a community event where they hosted where you could come and bring all your documents and they were shredding them. We really loved the idea of preparing the CMA and providing them that tangible document. And then open houses, wording them with event parties like happy hour and block parties and more of that party feel.
Nice. I like it. Something big right now that you could all write down on your list that is something that we've been seeing more and more of is gadget recycling. Their old TV, their old, device, their old cords. People usually have piles of this stuff and they don't know what to do with it and they just feel guilty and bad throwing it away. old laptops, all the things, there are companies that are happy to receive this stuff and recycle it. And we have one here at the company, and we're having a gadget recycling day. And I'm sure you're thinking yourself, wow, there's quite a bit of gadgets I could bring and get out of my house. So that's one. Good job. All right, I love what I'm hearing. Group three: Caroline, Jennifer, Leor, Sharon, and Sherry. Actually, yes. Who's the captain out of three?
I am.
Hello, Sherry.
So our answers, because my notes are kind of mixed together, but the announcement cards with the follow-up in 30 days, the 5 CMAs per day to friends and family, that stuck out. The annual appreciation event, and one of the ideas that came up with that was that sometimes if there's a lot of bands around, you can get a live band that'll just play for free to get the exposure. And then also that Total Wine and possibly Specs have conference rooms in the back that could be accessed for those customer appreciation events.
That's cool. That's a new one. I like that. Cool. Thank you. Group two: Cheryl, Mary, Mohammed, Renee, Alvarado. Who is our captain out of two?
I am. And our conversation was similar. Definitely calling 5 people a day, twice a year was a big one for all of us. Education, we think, is really beneficial to our clients. And, we try to get creative about how we could share information with them. If you're part of a community, ideally tag onto whatever's happening in the community. I know in my community we have I think it's quarterly business get together, and that would be a great opportunity to share information with neighbors. And if you're not part of a community, we think you should be part of creating one. And then definitely any HOA gatherings or whatever, that would be a great opportunity to see if you could set up a way to educate your neighbors. I really like your idea, Jack, of doing the recycling of old devices. I think that's huge here in America. And if you arrange something like that, it'd be a great opportunity to get to know your neighbors and sending out CMAs. We were having a discussion about whether you just send them out or whether you ask people. And I think the consensus was that maybe you just mail them out and follow up to explain and answer any questions.
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. I always, for some of you, you haven't spoken to your past clients in a while. And the idea that you give them a call and offer a CMA and then maybe you do a video CMA and send it along with it also could be a really good, powerful one. Thank you, group two. All right, group one: Joe, Raul, Swetha, Veronica, and Harshita. Who is our captain out of group one?
It's me. So we talked about we were talking about the clients and the client referrals and things like that. So Raul brought up potentially sending out CMAs a few times a week. 5 seemed like a lot for right now, but sending out CMAs a few times a week. There was a thought about like providing information like on taxes and things like that. We talked about community events, getting involved in like rallies and things like that, rallies and like around um, breast cancer awareness and things like that. We talked about block parties, and then Ro had another. I thought like I guess someone has come to the office with engraved cutlery, and so like providing oh, I don't know, like we talked about individuals who are, moving into a new apartment or purchasing their first home, providing gifts for the clients, then reminding them to send referrals. Like I was talking about with some of my clients, if they refer me somebody that signs a rep agreement and leases or buys, well, then I'll send an incentive for sending me that referral. Usually not more than $25 in value. So those are some of the things that we thought about.
Cutco knives is huge. Yes, I've always laughed and said, I know a lot of agents that don't want to give their clients knives as a closing gift. Um, Cutco knives, knives that have your name on them that they get to keep forever, and Cutco will sharpen their knives for life. It's a kind of cool thing.
I
I
was
like it.
actually about to respond to the Cutco thing with there are certain cultures that you don't want to give those to. However, they are good gifts for the most part.
And when we get into closing gifts later today, we talk about, cutting boards and all the different things. And there's actually a couple of companies that do really cool auto shipping of those as well. All right, so we're going on our last break. It's 3:14. So let's come back at 3:25.
Hi. Sorry.
In between sessions, I'm trying to remember my items here. The
flashcards?
Yeah, the flashcards. It's like, oh, I thought I had the first 5. I'm trying to learn the next set. And like, wait a minute, let me go back.
I think breaking them down in 5 is going to help me because I've gotten to, I think, 10 of them and I'm kind of stuck. I'm like, okay, I got to get the rest.
Yeah, I know breaking them up in 5s has helped me too. And then going to 10 and then making sure I got them backwards as I go. But
yeah, I
like
haven't tried them backwards.
I'll tell y'all my little tiny secret. The second I remembered them is the second I recorded that video because I wasn't going to give myself time to forget them again.
So I think learning the first initials by the sets like PP, SL, learning the first initials is helpful. Like P is, parties, P is sales, property. The last P is price, but you add sales in front of it. So
I made up a little story for myself to help myself remember. I broke it into 5s and then I made little pictures and stories to help me.
You're so much more creative than I am. I would be drawing little stick figures because that's about the extent of how I could draw.
So Renee, you did it? Were you able to?
I did, yes.
Well, congratulations. You were so worried about it, and we knew.
And I was because, like I said, second I finally remembered them, I recorded the video immediately.
Yeah, good for you. Well done.
Hey guys, on Teams and turning in our item, our mission statement, I'm open for criticism or not criticism, but how to make it better. So if anyone would like to critique or go back over mine, I appreciate it.
Welcome back.
I'm always in key.
Yeah, where we need you. Yeah, where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
I will take a look myself, Mary. 100%. Positive thinking, mindset. Has anyone ever seen this video before? It's a viral video.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I have. I recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
Know who statistically the best salespeople in the world are? Multiple research studies out there analyze what separates top performers from average reps. And the answer, it's going to challenge everything that you think you know about sales. It's not the extroverts. It's not the aggressive closers. It's not even the people with the best product knowledge. This is what they discovered. And it's probably going to mess with your head a little bit. The best salespeople have one trait that predicts success more than anything else. optimism. Not fake positivity, real deep rooted optimism that allows them to take rejection personally without taking it permanently. When they hear no, they don't internalize it as failure. They see it as information and move to the next conversation. And this is what really separates elite salespeople from everybody else. 85% of top performers show extreme conscientiousness. They take responsibility seriously. They follow up obsessively. They don't let leads fall through the cracks. Average salespeople rely on talent. Elite salespeople rely on systems and discipline. But this is the trait that nobody expects: humility. The best salespeople, they lack ego. They're not trying to dominate the conversation or prove how smart they are. They are focused entirely on the buyer's needs. 81% of top performers always prioritize what the customer actually wants, versus 60% of average reps. They build trust fast because they're not performing, they are serving. Most people think great salespeople are born and not made. They think it's about charisma or natural charm, but the research proves otherwise. The traits that create elite sales performance are all learnable: optimism in the face of rejection, disciplined follow through, emotional intelligence to read the room, and humility to make it about the customer instead of yourself. The salespeople who fail, they're not less talented. They just take rejection as evidence that they are not good enough. They lack the discipline to follow systems, and they need intelligence to read the room, and humility to make it about the customer instead of yourself. The salespeople who fail, they're not less talented. They just take rejection as evidence that they are not good enough. They lack the discipline to follow systems, and they make conversations about closing instead of serving.
What do you think about that? I
Can
know we
you play the
lost.
last minute, Jack, again? Is that possible?
Versus 60% of average
Can you hear it?
reps. They build
Yeah.
trust fast because they're not performing, they are serving. Most people think great salespeople are born and not made. They think it's about charisma or natural charm, but the research proves otherwise. The traits that create elite sales performance are all learnable: optimism in the face of rejection, disciplined follow through, emotional intelligence to read the room, and humility to make it about the customer instead of yourself. The salespeople who fail, they're not less talented. They just take rejection as evidence that they are not good enough. They lack the discipline to follow systems, and they make conversations about closing instead of serving.
All right, so I agree that most of the top salespeople that I know is incredibly thankful, incredibly grateful, and leads with optimism. I I can't stress enough how much mindset affects a real estate agent's success. That if you are waking up in a funk and you're waking up grasping at the negative stuff, it's going to affect your health and your ability to sell real estate. And it's a choice on what you allow yourself to focus your attention on. And you can change the narrative by changing the wake up. When you wake up, think of the 5 positive things, get into the morning huddle, and force yourself to be around people that are amplifying the positivity. The the top salesperson, he says the 85% are greater. They are operating from not what's necessarily a born trait, but a learned trait of focusing on motivation, enthusiasm, inspiration, happiness, all of this stuff, which helps their confidence, makes them more marketable. Because the thing is that the product that you're selling is not the house, it's you, which means you need to polish your product, which is you and the service and the attitude and what you're getting across to the client. People want to be around people who are positive and optimistic. And that optimism is going to nothing to do but to help you be a better human being for yourself, for the people around you, a better salesperson, a better wife, a better husband, a better just, human being and living in this environment that we all have to survive in. And so, up mindset is absolutely everything. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate those comments. All right, let's talk about business plan. We're going to jump into a bunch of back-to-back group breakout sessions here talking about the plan for success. Now, these are all dog-eared things. So you can take a pen and circle an item that you like, check off an item, because these are going to just be ideas that I'm going to throw at you. You're going to go to breakout session, you're going to talk about them, and I'm going to keep giving you new groups and then come back out to main session. So this one, a prudent business plan for any real estate agent must include creating the largest sphere of influence possible, prospecting daily to bring new leads into your database, diversify your lead generation without creating diminishing returns. So, what are going to be maybe the top 5 things you're going to focus on? Are you going to do open houses? Are you going to do phone calls to your spheres? Are you going to do knocking on neighborhood doors or some things you're not going to do? Like we learned from Renee Pretty, she said she's not going to knock on doors, but there's other things that she'll do. So there might be things that you don't want to do, like maybe you don't want to chase expireds. Um, Maybe you really like the client appreciation events. So how are you going to diversify your lead generation and still do things that you're going to be passionate about? Maintain at least a 5% conversion rate from your lead generation. So out of every single 100 leads that you're going to get that fifth one, and that forces you to do a little bit more. Obviously, providing a level of service that far exceeds your client's expectations. What is superior customer service? Providing the customer an experience that exceeds their expectations. And how do you do that? By outpacing them in the transaction and continually providing them information before they even ask for it. So you're leading them through the transactions. Use a CRM to organize your lead follow-up system. You need a system. We have one for you, but use a system. Building a database of 200 past clients in 5 years or less that are trained to refer. Prospect your database to generate at least one lead per past client per year. So putting that in your business plan and build a bulletproof client appreciation program for 10 annual touches. These are high level. These are not granular. These are high level concepts that when you're building your business plan, you can start building an SOP for uh, that is going to you turn to that chapter and you get a playbook of exactly how you're going to approach each one of these things for which items you actually add to your business plan. Here's an example of a follow-up plan for any real estate agent that you might include farming your subdivision. Ideas could be a movie night, 4th of July party, Easter egg hunt. 4th of July party, for example, is something that Ken Pearson just did. He had a home he had to sell. So he said, hey, I have a pool, free hot dogs, come swim in my pool on 4th of July, and just opened it up to everyone. And people actually came and swam in his pool that he did not know from this idea of his. Now, obviously, we can't do that as a real estate agent, but he was the owner of this home and he's buying a house. And so he had a little bit of leeway to do things just a little bit differently. And he did. And it turns out that one of the people who came to his party bought his house and it worked. And his house is currently under contract. And he needed that house to sell like no other because he already has earnest money out on another property and it was contingent on the sale of this one and his first buyer bailed. So he decided to do this and it worked. So there you go. So these creative ideas aren't necessarily a fail. It could be the thing that caused it to sell. So now again, farming your subdivision. You can have a movie night in the park if you're on your HOA, doing events, Easter egg hunts. These are really good ideas if you want to become part of the events committee of your HOA. You don't have an HOA, you can create a neighborhood watch and still do events. 3 phone calls per year. I have shown you how you can make two, one in the beginning of the year and one in mid-year. But how many calls are you going to make? Our action plans actually have two. Monthly newsletter. Maybe include a scratch off new lottery ticket. Now, I'm guessing that a lot of you are going to email your newsletter using our automated system. Something that Lisa and I did for a long time was print envelopes and print our newsletter and stuff the newsletter and mail it. And then the day after we mailed it, we also sent the email. So when they got home, they would see the email in their inbox and then they would have a hard copy. And a lot of times they liked the hard copy and there would always be a trivia game inside the hard copy. In fact, Lisa is working one of my clients right now. This client has been a client of mine for, I don't know, 15 years or so. And I took her out the weekend before Mega started, or the weekend Mega started actually, showing her homes. And she ended up wanting to buy a house that was listed by Realty Texas. I showed her a bunch of different builders, and one of the ones that she picked was a listing that we have. And I can't be the listing agent and the broker on an intermediary transaction. So I had to refer that client to Lisa. But anyway, her and her family, when I sold their last house, this is the fourth transaction with them. The second transaction was there was a gap about 10 years from when I helped them the first time. And the second time when they decided to sell that house was about 10 years later. And yes, I called them, but when I went over to the listing appointment, they actually pulled out a folder and said, "We've kept all your newsletters, and every single month we do the family trivia as a family." And I thought how cool that was because you're sending out newsletters and it takes work and money and effort and all of that. But when a client actually enjoyed them, that was a whole different experience. That really felt good. And during events like St. Patrick's Day or Valentine's Day, I would go and I would buy about 300. My newsletters were somewhere in the 250 to 300 mark. What would happen is I would get a $1 scratch off for that holiday and into the stuff it into the envelope and send that out as well. So I would do that a couple of times a year, but I did my 12 newsletters. So that's what I mean by include a scratch off because I was physically mailing them and emailing them. But it's at very least you should have a monthly newsletter that's emailed. Uh, Next level is if you're going to actually print out the newsletter and deliver it via mail. A pop by Thanksgiving. Now, Mary Beth Ray is going to be talking with you guys about her pop buys. She does a reverse pop buy. I don't know what else to call it, but a reverse pop buy. She goes to Sam's Club and she buys the most delicious pies I've ever had. She gave me one and it was the most delicious. I had no idea. I think it's Sam's Club. I think that's right, Lisa, Sam's Club. Yeah, okay. It's like a 16-inch pie, but Miguel and I had a piece of this apple pie. It was the most delicious apple pie I've ever had. Don't tell my mom. And we went and bought one from HEB and we didn't eat the rest of the apple pie. It wasn't even in the same ballpark. It was astonishing. So she buys these pies, and in fact, they're even better than Cheesecake Factory, who has absolutely great pies. So anyway, she buys a bunch of them and she calls her A-list clients and lets them know, hey, stop by my office on Sunday between noon and 3. And they come into the office and pick up their pie, and she gives them a hug and takes a picture with them, and then they leave. So instead of her going to them, they come to her. And she hands out like 20 pies, and everyone comes. I think it's a really cool thing. She's going to be coming and talking to you about that. Realty Texas Car Show and our annual trunk or treat. We have two client appreciation parties that our ALC uh, pull off every year. All you have to do is show up. So we create the flyers for you and push them to your social folders. You can click a single button and SMS them to your clients and email them both. So you just have to deliver the flyers, which is an invitation for them to show up, and then you show up. And if you want to get on the ALC and help us plan those events, awesome. That's not necessary. What is recommended is that you take advantage of the company's client appreciation parties and bring your clients. Now, we advertise it to the public as well, and we get hundreds of people, multiple, 400 or 500 people coming to the trunk or treat. It's a big event. We do it as big as we can, and it's super fun. And if you've been to one of them, you know what we're talking about. It's definitely worth the time. Uh, in the past, we've had a petting zoo and bounce house and all kinds of stuff. They work really hard to have a really good event. The CMA is, thank you, Lisa. Bryce is going to be showing all of you how to get the best use of your blasting tools in the Blast Lab tomorrow. The CMA here on this list, another example of a follow-up plan that you can have as part of your SOP. Again, if you come back up here, we talk about creating the largest sphere of influence, prospecting daily, and creating a follow-up plan. So here is what the follow-up plan looks like. And like Tom Ferry said, maybe you do a couple of CMAs. Maybe your goal is to do one or two. He said five. Some of you said that's too much. So this is part of you planning your remainder of 2026 and planning your 2027 and what you're going to do to spend and fill your time in the week on prospecting. Leora said, what is income producing tasks? Income producing tasks is prospecting and converting them to an appointment and getting hired and converting them. So prospecting and conversion. That is where all the money is. That's where all the millions are. And so that conversion. So getting in front of them and asking for referrals, and these are all things to do with lead generation. We do a lot of different social posts every month for you in a content calendar. And we're giving you guys an entire content calendar. One of those also is when you close with them, you're going to do a social post and you send us the closing photo and you email it to social@realtytexas.com and it goes to Jesus. And then what Jesus does is he posts it to Realty Texas page and tags your client and also tags him. And you can do the same thing when you share it and tag the client. Now your client's audience is going to see your post because you tagged your client and they click approve, it's on their wall. And now all of their friends see that they purchased a home and that post is there. So now everyone that's inside that client's sphere knows who their real estate agent was. And you should then post on there says, and tag the client in the post on the post, a comment on the post is what I'm trying to say. That says, thank you so much for your trust and faith in working with me. It was such an honor. And I really look forward to assisting your family and friends. And then they see that. It's just creating a network larger than just you because your clients increase your network every single time if it's properly leveraged. RE technology. Has anyone ever used this free product that you get from the MLSs? I'm guessing that a lot of you are not. So I'm going to show you what this is all about. I had a video on it, but I don't think I have the video anymore. When you log into the MLS, you get logged into the single sign-on. I guess I need to log out because it logged me back into Matrix. And I don't want to be logged into Matrix. I want the single sign-on. There we are. All right, I'm going to share my screen so you can see what I see. All right. So if you're using Matrix, and a lot of you are, CTX MLS, Houston, Dallas, and Austin Peeps. When you log into the single sign-on, you're going to see this product called RE Technology. I think San Antonio has this as well because it's just a add-on to the MLS, and most of the MLSs use this. When you click RE Technology, all this is going to do is once you're signed in, you can load your clients in there. So every time you have a client that you sell a property to, you can go into RE Technology and enter their email address. And when you enter their email address, looks like they got new terms associated with this. I guess they've updated this. Oh, it's because I'm the broker. Well, so what this does is you enter the email address and it will send the client a CMA via email once a month as the property is changing value over time. And that is, um, I'm gonna send you guys the video as part of your homework because I already have it in a video in your homework and it's easier to show there. But it's gonna send them a free CMA every single month. It's like an AVM auto valuation model. Now, that's not to replace the one that you're going to actually do for them, but it's giving them an AVM. You also have this on your websites at realtytexas.com. If you go to your sell page, you can enter any address. So your client can go to your sell page and enter their address, and it's going to give them the Zestimate, and it's going to also give them another AVM from Atom, ATTOM, which is the largest data warehouse there is, and it's going to give them those two AVMs, auto valuation models on their homes. And then it sends you an email letting you know that somebody at that address did a CMA, so you know what address it is. You likely are not going to have any information other than the address, but it's obviously that person interested in that property, so then you can either mail them a CMA to their property or knock on doors or try to reverse look them up on forewarn or something to get their information and call them and thank them for registering because we're not forcing them to give us their information. I am letting them get the free AVM without registration. Then it sends you an email letting you know that we gave them the AVM, and then you can take it from there. And the beauty and the benefits of doing a handwritten thank you cards. We actually have handwritten thank you cards that are pushed to each of your social folders where your signs and business cards are. There are branded media cards that you can send to a printer. I have stacks of them here. We actually even have unbranded versions that's in our Realtor store. But the idea is to get the branded versions. They look like this. They come with obviously envelopes. And mine says from the desk of Jack Stapleton. And that's glossy. It's got the Realty Texas logo on the back. And it's just a card. And these are thank you cards. You order them in batches of 500. And the goal is to send out 5 of them a week, 5 of them a day, rather. And so sending out handwritten thank you cards at the end of every day is part of your everyday. And take a client to lunch on Friday. You have 52 Fridays. How many of those Fridays can you dedicate to clients? So just say maybe even half of them. So maybe every time one of your clients gives you a referral, especially the close ones, you take them to lunch and you get to write off that lunch. So basically, it means that both of you get to eat for free because you're going to write it off. Now, some of the IRS rules now says that you can write off 50% of a business lunch, but I know that that's changed here recently with the newest legislation where you can write off 100% of it again. So suffice it to say, either one of you eats free or you both do based on your tax bracket and what your CPA recommends doing with this legislation that's out there now. So that's a CPA question, but it's a good thing to do. Take your client out to lunch on Fridays as a thank you for their referral and not based on a closed transaction. Or maybe it's a gift in the mail and a thank you card. And then when it closes, you take them to lunch. That's part of your SOPs, though. That's part of you building your business so that when something happens, you have a plan for it. And so you're not knee jerking and having to recreate the wheel every time. You're working from a set of business practices and policies and standard operating procedures in your business that help you organize yourself. And when it's done right, when you hire an assistant, you give them your SOP books and they already know what to do when it's time for an open house or it's time for a new listing or it's time for after closing follow up. working with buyers, buyer boot camps, client appreciations, holiday cards, all of that already has SOPs. And so there should be a binder. That binder should have chapters, and each one of those tabs be an SOP for a different situation that is very well written out and documented so that you can, again, hand it to an assistant, then be able to take it from there. But more importantly, you follow a checklist yourself, whether it's taking a new listing or you're under contract, whatever granular that you dig your SOPs down to. And for me, it's transactional in the phase of the transaction. And I've already emailed all that out to you. In fact, I'm gonna put it here in the chat as well, because I think that's something that you would like. All right, so while I'm doing that in the chat, you guys are going to be jumping in a breakout session and talking about this list. The idea is I want you to come back and give me 5 creative ways to build your sphere of influence. It could be these, it could be some new ones, but I want you to give your clients, or no, I want you to give your fellow agents in this some inspiration. All right. This is different groups, recreate, same amount of groups for 8 minutes. Well, it's fun to see all your smiling faces, so something fun must have happened. All right, let's start with group 1. What are your 5 things?
Oh, we have more than 5. I can say them really fast though. So we said newsletter, monthly postcard with whatever's going on in that month, client appreciation, movies in the park, sponsorship with sports for the kids that around town, luncheons for the clients, getting involved with the PTA, taking it to your workplace, handing out business cards as you're out shopping and kind of getting out and about in the world.
Well, these are the 5 things that you're going to actually do. So you're saying that your group, they're committing to doing each one of these?
I think we all had 5 different things. I don't think we settled on one as a
Okay.
group. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want you to understand. All right, good. Thank you, Veronica. Thank you, group 1. I want you guys to do all of these things, but we only have so much time. So we have to figure out where we're going to focus our time. And as years progress, we can add as we hire assistant and get more help. We can always add. All right, group 2. Who's my captain? Brittany? Renee? Renee, you're not in group 2.
So we kind of came up with a bunch of ideas as well. So we had said open house giveaways, um, holiday workshops like tailored towards children's for like Christmas crafts maybe. We also said adult craft nights for like adults maybe, or like get-togethers for like pickleball. And then we also said like the Thanksgiving pies.
Pickleball's huge. Pies are huge. I love the holiday crafts for kids. That's huge. All right. These are good things. And a lot of these things were not on my list. So good job, group 2. All right, group 3, what'd you come up with?
We came up with Emirates had a great idea, and it's called the Small Business Showcase. You go into a small local business and you speak with them about doing some advertising on social media for them, and gets their name out there, gets your name out there. And in return, you ask if you can leave your business cards on their counter or a QR code where they're able to scan and get your information. Lior would like to do some more horse training, doing some more volunteer work with kids for therapeutic reasons with kids and horses, so that way he can get his name and business out there, and he's able to help out in a lot of ways with touching kids and their therapeutic message with horses. And he also likes to put on like a wine thing for his clients. And we also spoke about going to sporting events and finding clients that are looking for houses there as well.
Texas is huge on their sports. Okay, so I love the co-marketing idea, Emirate. Co-marketing is huge. when you are farming a neighborhood, you do the neighborhood newsletter, you can do the same thing by going to local businesses, especially small businesses, pizza shops, Chinese food, and add them to your newsletter and let them know you're going to be delivering it to X amount of homes, and then they can help you underwrite the cost of the delivery of the newsletter. And a lot of them are happy to do it, especially if you have an established newsletter in a large subdivision that they're already um, marketing to. It can save them a lot of money and help co-op your advertising expenses. Huge. I love it. Group three. Nope. Group four. Anna, Jennifer, Joe, Renee, Sherry. Who's the captain of group four?
I was a captain. Um, we came up with several different ones to do, but I guess one of them would just be like doing pop buys kind of, or like going and I guess you could say ducking other Jeeps or other things that you like or that are common, or doing like holidays or around the corner, like boo baskets, and putting your name, your business card out there around the neighborhood, and then connecting with like other realtors in the neighborhood to do community events. And then also in the beginning of the year, sending out like CMA reports for taxes that helps other people in the neighborhood for your taxes, or sending them the last settlement statement to help them with taxes too.
Mhm. I like it. All right, good stuff. Thank you, Renee. Thank you, group four. Group five, Caroline, Deja, Jeanette, and Sharon. Who is the captain out of group five?
It's me.
Deja, hello there.
We was kind of all over the place, but I'm trying to close it down on what we're doing. So Sharon was saying we should do about 5 thank you cards a day is her goal, but for all of us, we want to start being intentional with sending out those thank you cards every time we do get business. And of course, to add to that, Jeanette said that we should be attentive to our clients. So if they have pets, she adds on like a gift card, like a small $5 little gift card for them to treat their pet with the thank you cards. And she's intentional with sending those out. And then I recommended that we started volunteering. So I love doing a lot of volunteer work. I was just doing some over the weekend, and I actually started chatting with people who were interested and told me that just being out there in the community volunteering. And then, of course, Caroline added that care packages for kids. So she wants to carry around, and we all thought it would be great to carry around like crayons and just like little coloring books or things like that. And if we see people and meet people who have children, just offer it to them and say, hey, like, would you guys like something like this? And start conversations with people in that way. And then, of course, I added on hobbies. I have hobbies, and I meet a lot of people through my hobbies and interests. I like to kickbox. So we decided like activities and anything you're interested in, putting yourself out there in those whenever you have time to build your spear.
For the kids, I'm trying to see if they even still have them because I think all they have is these plastic cards now, but that works. They have gift certificates for Happy Meals. And I mean, kids usually love Happy Meals. And so they're cheap, and you can give them like, do you like Happy Meals? Oh my gosh, I love. And then you can give them a gift certificate for Happy Meals. That's a big one. Good. I like it. I like all the things that I've heard. Real estate agents putting thought into how they're going to craft their business and their client appreciation parties. They're increasing their sphere of influence, getting to know more people, client events. How are they going to spend their time? All right, so here is ways to create the largest sphere of influence. You guys talked about some of these things. Get involved in your realtor organization, community service committee. Farm your neighborhood or sponsor a neighborhood website like Nextdoor. Volunteer at community functions. Always wear your name badge. That's something I was going to tell you, Deja. Please don't be a secret agent. Please wear a branded Realty Texas shirt with your name on it or your name badge when you're out there doing all of that stuff. You want people to know who you are and what you do. Interview local business owners, find ways to refer them business. I know Amrit just sort of mentioned that just now. I love this co-marketing idea. I think it's powerful, and small business to small business is the best relationships you can make. And interestingly enough, if I could tell you a place where they all hang out, couple times a week, would you find value in that? It's called the Chamber of Commerce. You should be setting up the Chamber of Commerce and going to their morning meetups. Someone brings coffee and they spotlight a different business every once a week. And it's your turn, you bring donuts and you stand up in front of everyone and tell them about you and your business. Sound like a pretty good reason to have a UVP ready? Because that's where it's going to shine. And you're going to walk away thinking, oh, thank God. Thank God for Mega. Because you're going to nail it because you're going to walk in there confident. You're not going to be so freaked out or nervous about what to say about say to a bunch of business leaders in the neighborhood or in the community. You're going to already know exactly what to say before you even walk in there. Write a weekly blog about trending subjects, whether that's going to be part of our blog. So find something that you think is interesting, like maybe you're going to educate buyers on the require of having an agreement signed before touring a property, or the power of, going to an open house, or what a Texas option period is, or what's going on with the interest rates, or that Texas, San Antonio, and Austin are number one and number two in the nation for vacancy rate in apartments. You're going to hear more about this tomorrow if you attend after your morning huddle. No, after your uh, Mega Mini going to the Blast Lab with Bryce. Lisa has got him ready to receive all of you and walk you through a very exciting Blast Lab showing you how to do a lot of this marketing. One of those is going to be a blog. You bring the topic and you use AI prompt and it will create the blog for you. Weekly open houses or buyer boot camps. You can do them at a model home. You can do them at a coffee shop with permission from the coffee shop manager, or you can even do them here at the office. Join the local chamber and attend their meetups. Get involved in local city government. Attend your city council meetings. Please attend your city council meetings. Hang out at Starbucks, maybe spend an hour there in the morning with your little tent card that says, I love real estate questions. There's actually a sticker that you can put on the back of your laptop with a tent card, and it says, I love real estate questions. And people come up, oh, hey, I'm, sitting there waiting for my coffee, and it's going to take another 8 minutes. I have a question. People will just come up to you and strike up a conversation. I highly recommend uh, Starbucks. My mom also used to go to the branch manager at different banks like Wells Fargo, banks that have a lot of traffic. The Wells Fargo in Round Rock now has got quite a bit of traffic because they closed the one in North Round Rock 35, and now they just have a south, other way around. They closed the South 35 Wells Fargo, and they only have the North one. And every time it goes in there, there's 15 people online. But you can talk to the branch manager about having a booth at the front table about real estate, and you give them the flyer for their in-house lender, and you can convert people who are just coming in the bank. Another great way to spend an hour here or there. Leave your card everywhere that you can. Have extra cards. Now, I know we've got the V card and you can share it and it can automatically insert your contact record in someone else's phone by a click of a button. Literally one button and your photo and your name and all of your contact information go directly into their phone. It is the coolest thing. I'm curious if any of you know how that's done. How many of you are using your V card? Woo! Okay, so we're gonna play a little game. Who wants to play a game? I want to play a game. All right, I'm gonna unshare my screen, and that should now make my screen much larger. Hello. And you open up the app, okay? And when you're on the app, you're gonna notice that there is the little QR code right here. So I'm gonna click that little QR code, which I did wrong, but that's okay. I can fix it. You click that little QR code, and it brings up this QR code. So I would like you guys to hold up your phone and scan this. Now, this is what you're going to do to your client or anyone standing anywhere near you. You're going to open up your app. You're going to go to the last tab in your app. And you're going to go to that little blue three-line thing here. And you're
not
going to
very
click that
clear.
little QR code and bring up the QR code and let them scan it. Now, when they scan it, they're going to see your your V card. You see the red contact button? I want you to click the red contact button because this is what you're going to do to everybody else. And when you click the red contact button, it's going to open up the contact card fully filled out with my information so that now my information is going to be in all your phones. So you scroll to the bottom and you click create new contact and then save. Whether you're on an Android, whether you're on an iOS, when you're anywhere that you have your own QR code, you can print your QR code on a sticker and put it on the back of your phone. You can put it on the back of your laptop. So when people scan it, then it opens up your contact, your V card on their phone. They click the red button, it opens up their contact record. It has your photo, your email, your information, and now all of your information is in their phone. So hand out your card everywhere, but also I really recommend your QR code being on the back of your card so they can scan it and get that information from the business card to their phone. It's the easiest way. And so I know a lot of people don't really like printed old paper cards, so that's why we created a V card for you. But the combination of both can be very powerful. A printed card with the QR code so that they can have the card, they can scan the card and get the information into their phone without having to type it, because you don't want someone to have to type that information.
Jack, can you hold it up again? It didn't come out very clear.
And you also can share the V card with them and send it directly to their phone so they don't have to scan it. They can just click the link in their text message. So most people just send it to their phone. What's your phone number? And they send it directly to their phone, which is another way. Okay, so I'm going to put you in groups. And the idea here is for you to think about some other ways. Now we've given you 11 really good ideas. My goal is that this class give me my 12th idea for this slide for future mega. So I'm going to put all of these great ideas right here in your chat. Voila. And we're going to hit recreate so you have a new group of people. Think about which ones you're going to do and give me ideas for additional ones. I'll see you back in 8 minutes. Future realtor. I love it.
Yeah.
All right, group 5. Brittany, Jacita, Leo, or Renee, Sherry. Who's my captain? Let's start with group 5 first.
We didn't actually assign a captain. Everybody was just kind of throwing their ideas. The last idea was, I think, I guess I'll volunteer. The last idea was one that we talked about getting one of those little plants, that come in a cardboard, like a seed that you can grow into a plant.
Yeah.
And putting your card on it and giving that to people and saying, Sherry, what was your little sentence?
It was planting
Plant
the
your
seed
seed.
for when the time is right for you to buy or sell on your terms.
I love it. Okay, good. Thank you, group 5. All right, what do we got, group 4?
Are we group 4?
Yes, Dave, we are group 4.
Okay. We were all a little loopy. It's the end of the day, I'll be honest, but I think that got us some good ideas because we were kind of just spitballing. Sharon was talking about going to churches and doing or different community organizations and doing some giveaways or a gift
like
basket.
a fishbowl gift basket.
Yeah, which is something that we already talked about. Um, I have a few friends that do like makers markets. So I was talking about asking them if I could go sit with them. There's also a lady in my neighborhood that has a sourdough business. So I was thinking I could partner with her and say, like, hey, I'll do your deliveries for free if you let me put my card in with the delivery, because she does offer pickup or delivery and she's very popular. Joe was talking about a home buyer seminar, which I know we actually have some of those coming up. And I think did I miss anything, my group? Those were some of the main ones we talked about.
Well, I think for Loopy, you guys did great. I think those are great ideas.
Yeah.
I love it when you can plug into another successful business and ride their wave of success and be able to use that. Um, I guess it's almost like a warm referral. Just being surrounded by them gives you more clout and legitimacy in the business. So find local businesses that you can partner up with like that. There's fewer ideas as good as that. Group three.
Names.
Was
So,
that all, Jack?
Harshita, Jeanette, Jennifer, and Swetha.
so
Yeah.
Sarjita was our group captain, but she got called, or her doorbell rang, so she left. So can I speak on her behalf?
It's your group.
Okay. So, and she did ask. She came back and she goes, I missed some of it, but so we all came together and we said, do a little bit more social media. We also said picture booths. So you send out you get a photographer and have a subject, a 4th of July in the park, and you get a photo shoot so that way everybody can go and take their pictures, whether they're their kids, their family. So that was one of the ones that we came up with because everybody else has kind of the same ideas that everybody has been spitballing. So, photo booth.
Dog portraits are really cute too, especially when you get little costumes for them, little hats and little shirts. Those are really, really, really popular.
So,
People will get in their car and drive to you if you do something like that too.
yeah, it's a big, like I was telling the group earlier, I have like thank you cards with a puppy with Christmas lights on, and I sent a $5 PetSmart and it said Christmas in July for your puppy. And just to buy them like some water or something. I don't know. Just cool.
That is cool. Good job. Thank you. Group two, I think. Nope, group three. All right, group two. Amrit, Birdie, Caroline, Cheryl, and Veronica.
Hi, Jack. I'm the group captain this time. So, first off, we had a great suggestion that become the transporter for your local subdivision. And this is not limited to your present or past clients. Offer to take and deliver stuff to places like Goodwill, Habitat for Humanity, bed sheets, other stuff that can be used and delivered to shelters, and connect with the people in your subdivision and with your past and future clients likewise. Second is a list of things to do in Austin or in your surrounding subdivision or area. People are always looking for stuff to do, and some things that may be very fun or involving in the community get missed because nobody informs them about it. This can be done either in the form of a mailer, a newsletter, an email blast, however you choose to do that. Fridge magnets with recipes and or creative ideas, other things like football schedules, whether it's for UT or for the NFL as a whole, that can be done as well. Local magazines, pick a family to spotlight, pick a business to spotlight, and talk about them, interview them, and why they are on the front page of that, their goals, ambitions, what brought them to the area, X, Y, and Z. And finally, YouTube videos, because YouTube videos are lead generation in your sleep. You can showcase yourself as the local area expert. You can go and talk about why this subdivision, why this area, why this community. And this is super valuable for people who are moving in from out of state and have no idea what this subdivision or area might be about.
Yeah, Ylopo is a company that will create websites for you for communities that you're interested in farming, and they generate massive leads. Probably one of the most successful lead generation company that has ever popped up, and they're fairly affordable. But they're going to create domain names, and it's going to be a bit of work to get it set up. But once it's working really well. We have duplicated that. So we have a subdivision page for every single subdivision in all of the MLSs. So I think there's like 85,000 subdivisions that we have pages for. We have the listings, we have the agents who have sold in there on that subdivision, all the zip codes, all the schools. That's super successful in lead generation as well. So thank you, Amrit. Thank you, Group 2. You guys did a great job with that. Group 1. Who is my last group captain for creating the biggest sphere of influence possible?
I guess it's us. I don't know. Can you tell me?
Deja, Jennifer, Mary, Mohammed, Renee, Silva?
Yes. Okay. I'm in charge. Okay, so, well, everybody, we are tired. We have it. It's wonderful ideas you already give it to us. So I think the big we come out is about college, making events in college, like students trying to help, educate them, like with apartments, rentals, and they convert and futures buyers, credit repair for them. So college, and then the other good idea, work with apartments and make events in the apartments, like, throw some cookies, like something for the tenants. Of course, they're gonna try to hold the tenants, but we can work in potential with apartments too. So that's the two ones. And then church and work with the community too.
Okay, so group captains, which item am I going to add to my mega slides? What great idea that you guys brought me are going to be added to the slide?
Photo boost.
The seed, plant the seed.
Transporting stuff to Goodwill and other causes.
All right, we're going to do the photo booth.
Yay!
All right, so Jeanette, your group is going to win this one. That is 50 participation points. Lisa for Jeanette's group, but I think she was group
I thought that was Jeanette is 3.
3.
Three.
Group 3.
Group 3.
Good job, group 3. All right, now we have 2 more lists, and then we are done with these pop-outs, these breakout sessions back to back. Sources for bringing leads into your business. So each one of these was slightly different. So we're going to go back and we're going to remember these are all just a little bit different. And this is the last one. Sources for bringing leads into your business. Neighborhood farming, contact the owners of expireds, open houses, CXM leads, which is we call the grabber.
Hey, Jack, you're not sharing your screen. I'm not sure if you were wanting to or not.
I did. So I guess you guys didn't see me adding number 12, huh? Well, here I was adding the 12th one. So there we go. All right, so here we are. Thank you for letting me know. All right, prospecting for new leads. Farming, aka farming, geographic farming, contact the owner of expireds, open houses, the grabber, internet leads, calling your past clients, call your family and friends, drip marketing, email marketing, billboards, cookies to first responders, which you might have seen us do last year, which was really fun. We had Tina go to the fire department and walk in and give them cookies and ask them who their heroes were, which was really cool. It was one of the most engaging videos that we've had. It was really good. Home improvement ideas, social media, social media, social media, social media, partnering with local businesses, pickleball groups, door knocking, partner with other professionals, local meetup groups, buyer boot camps. Now, a lot of this has a lot of overlap, but I've created 4 different real topics. The first one is um, creating ideas for your business plan. This is a follow-up plan. The next one was creating the biggest sphere of influence possible. And then this one is prospecting for new leads. So there's a lot of overlap here, but door knocking, partnering with local professionals, local meetup groups, buyer boot camps. When you're working with your business plan, this is all inspiration for you. All the things that we spoke about and all of these lists, I'm sure you're going to have handwritten notes all over them so that when you build your SOPs, the SOPs has everything that you need already to build it. You have all of the ideas. You just need to figure out what you're going to lean into. Did you notice that in Teams, while you're on your last break in the Mega 18 group, I gave you the breakdown of the major categories for your SOPs. So that is a huge task that you have in front of you. One of the things that I do for coaching, I coach agents at the $8 million plus mark where they're looking to hire an assistant. And that's what I start with, is helping them build their SOPs so that the assistant can come in and pick up every task. Because the last thing you want to say is, don't you remember I told you? It's, let's go back to our SOPs and see what it says when a mistake was made. Not by memory, but based on having a good set of procedures. And that helps you because remember, right now you're operating in 2 different roles. You are an owner operator, which means you are the leader of your uh, individual business, and you're also the operator, which means you're the fulfillment engine of it all. And so you need to also have checklists because you're your own assistant currently. And because you're your own assistant, you need to have SOPs for yourself so that you're not keeping everything in memory. Because if you try to remember everything, it's the little things that'll start to fail, especially with your open house, grand open house marketing and advertising. And increasing lead conversion, which is the last one. Obviously, we're doing all of these ideas to pull leads into the business, but we also need to look at ways that we can increase the conversion of those leads. So we spent probably an hour and a half talking about all of the different ways that you can get yourself out there in the community, in front of more people, in front of your friends and your family, all these things, bringing leads in. But we have to convert these leads to appointments. And please don't forget what conversion is. Conversion isn't something that you do at the same time the lead came in over the phone. Separate 2-step process. You get the lead, prospect, the lead comes in, set an appointment, and then go get hired out in the real world. Learn your scripts, practice your scripts, get a coach. Andrew is a coach here. When you get out of Mega, if you want to lean into that, we have group coaching as well. Watching training videos online, I've given you about 10 different really good coaching platforms that are free that have YouTube videos that you can click the subscribe button while you're watching those videos for homework and keep those going forward because that's great information to have. Learning your market better than anybody else, which means you need to know where the new construction is being built, who the new construction on sites are, the different schools and where they're at, the different school ratings, and where you can get information to provide your clients that tell them their rating without it being you, whether it's an RPR report or Austin Title or Independence Title, where you can they give you good school handouts for your clients. Designations like Master Certified Salesperson or GRI, ABR, and fill your time with learning, which means you have a high commitment to education, and in your business plan the year that you plan for at least 2 new designations every single year. What are some designations that you guys right now have a plan for 2026? Renee.
I want to get one of the only ones I don't have, which is ALC or CCIM, preferably ALC because I'm already on that track right now.
Mm-hmm.
But Those are like the only two that I don't have.
Excellent. I love it. How about I want to hear from some other classmates too about their designations. Amrit, what are you going for next?
I'm going for RENE and then the listing agent designation, but I need to get my 5 listings
SRS.
first. Yes, SRS.
Okay, good. I like it. What else we got? Veronica, Renee, Sharon. I want to hear what are you getting next? Raul.
I want to take MRP again whenever that cycles through. I took it with you last time, I just didn't pay for the designation.
Okay, good.